Yeah. If you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? Yo, his palms are heavy, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's heavy. Spaghetti. I can't. I can't take that song serious. Oh. Oh man. Yo. Oh god. How the fuck are we doing today, folks? Howdy. Are we having a good time? Did we all go out and get laid after last night's stream on being an incel and sex advice and what have you? I got laid. What were y'all doing? Yeah, let me get the stream working on the website. Hold on. I got a button I can press. Watch. Hit that. Kablam. I've refreshed the YouTube API. How mad are y'all? Oh, God. Anyway, yeah, I actually, after last night's stream, a lot of people messaged me or were making comments like, hey, this was actually helpful or useful. And that really feels really fucking good, okay? That feels really fucking good. So I am genuinely delighted to hear that is the case. Now, with that being said, we have a very, very particular subject, a very specific subject that we need to be going over today on stream, okay? All right? Are you folks ready for it? Okay? Destiny. Stephen Bonelli the second. Des Stephen, don't call me Destiny, Bonelli Tiny the second. All right? A legendary figure. Legendary. Unparalleled in the internet space. And I want to share with all of you a little story about him. So, to those of you who don't know, I actually got my start on Destiny's stream. And by my start, I mean that my first taste of internet prominence of any sort took place on his streams. It started about 5, maybe even 6 years ago now. Yeah, probably. About there. It was in the wake of Gamergate. Back then, Destiny was a reactionary, and he was making some disparaging comments about Anita Sarkeesian. I had and always have been a fan of Destiny's, so I bullied my way onto his Skype, and we talked for a bit, and it was a decent conversation. And I came back again and again and again, and over the past 5 years, I've, I suppose, been on his stream about maybe a dozen or more times. Each time I went on, I accrued some minute following. And I, to this day, remain a fan of his, in spite of the fact that about a month and a half ago, I have been exiled from his community due to drama surrounding sexual harassment that I made a video on, which you should probably go watch. It's on my channel. Familiarize yourself with the context. Knowledge is power. Whatever the case may be. I was a member of his community for quite a long time, and I made a lot of friends there. And eventually, Hassan Piker, a.k.a. Senk's nephew, a.k.a. Senk's nephew's friend's friend, noticed a prior debate that I had with Destiny on Destiny's channel. I went by Irish Laddie back then. And he looked at that, and he thought, oh, that's cool. This guy's cool. We should have this Irish Laddie guy on. So I went on. And the fallout from that conversation gave me the confidence I needed to start this channel. So, in a lot of ways, Destiny and Hassan are predominantly responsible for this. Everything that I've been enjoying here today. Everything that I've been enjoying over the past 4 or 5 months. It's been phenomenal, and I am incredibly thankful. I am also probably the largest lefty to have come out of Destiny's community, at least to my knowledge. Hassan had his own thing going on beforehand. So, that pretty much just leaves me in terms of direct lefty offsprouts of Destiny's community. Destiny is not a leftist. He is a capitalist. Some call him a social democrat, some call him a neoliberal. In truth, it seems like his values change depending on how angry he is with any given group. And I am here to talk, at long last, after my exile, about some really stupid fucking shit he said recently, okay? Some really dumbass smooth-brained shit. Just some phenomenally stupid shit. Destiny, for those of you who don't know, is a phenomenal rhetorician, okay? I'm not going to downplay that. Destiny is funny, a quick talker, and he's very intelligent. If you take a look at his channel, you will see countless examples of his rhetorical skill broadcast across years of content. This really got started back in 2016 when Destiny, through a conversation with JonTron, essentially outed JonTron as a white nationalist and furthered a cultural divide that was already taking shape around that time. Destiny is, for better or worse, one of the representatives of the left online, particularly the dirtbag left, which is funny because he is not, himself, a leftist. Not at all. Not even close. He mostly plays video games, but the political content is what he's predominantly known for these days. If we go by what's most popular, I've never actually done this before, so I don't know. Old videos. We've got his JonTron video, him talking with Jesse Lee Peterson, him talking with No Bullshit, him talking with Brittany Venti, Lauren Southern, Andy Worski and Brittany Venti again. Here's him talking with Sargon of Akkad 2 months ago. A Trump supporter, another Sargon of Akkad fucking response to a Ben Shapiro video, response to a Steven Crowder video, Dick Masterson, Ben Shapiro, Lauren Southern, No BS, Nicholas Fuentes, Roaming Millennial. It goes on and on and on. Destiny is a good debater. He really genuinely is. And he says that he debates to find the truth of the matter, that Destiny himself is not politically invested in the positions that he holds. I doubt that. We all have our biases. But he says, and he seems to be fairly consistent on this point, that his motivation for these debates isn't to promote leftism or destroy fascism or anything like that, but rather, simply, to find out what the truth of the matter is, to uncover lies, to shame people for being for acting and speaking in bad faith, just to find the factual truth of the matter. Now, of course, this is not a holistically consistent position. There is no single truth of the matter when it comes to complex political economy. You have to go into theory. You have to go into interpretation. And this is where Destiny struggles, because despite having access to a phenomenal realm, just a unbelievably wide range of leftist figureheads who he could speak with to discuss theory, Richard D. Wolff, one of the most respected leftist academics alive today, I believe has actually said that he would be willing to speak with Destiny. I could be wrong on that. I could be overstating, but it would not be surprising to me if Wolff would do so. Wolff has spoken with far smaller figures than Destiny. In spite of that, Destiny does not speak with these figures. Destiny does not engage with theory. He does not engage with literature. And this is where Destiny hits his big fat hurdle, because Destiny is now at war with his lefty user base. I take us back to this video. The capitalist arc of my streaming career. Look at this like to dislike ratio. This wasn't brigaded. This was his community. This is his pro-capitalist, anti-democratic workplace video with essentially a 1/3 like to dislike ratio. I've never seen a ratio like this in a video of his before. And the reason why this ratio is here, the reason why this ratio is so bad, is because Destiny, having argued with fascist, after reactionary, after white nationalist, after white supremacist, after ethnostater, after race realist, identitarian, blah, 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 has accumulated quite a big lefty fan base. And Destiny hates his lefty fan base. He really, truly does. Look at some of his Twitter tirades. Look at some of the shit that he says on stream. He really does not like his lefty fan base. And over the past week or so, he has been going really hard on the left-leaning side of his community. I think, personally, that he does this because he doesn't like the fact that he is beget an association with leftism that is not merited by his personal values, one which is essentially a byproduct of association of him being anti-fascist, if for no other reason than because fascists are wrong and liars. So he's mad. And when he gets mad, he says some really dumb shit. So I'm going to stop wasting time with this intro, and I'm going to talk to you about this fucking video right here, okay? Because this is some shit right here. We're getting back to it right here. Been a while since I've gone over any dumb shit Destiny has said. So this feels like the good old times, you know? And now I'm doing it from my platform rather than from his. Admittedly, his platform is like 1,000 times the size of mine, but you know, what are you going to do? Let's fucking do it, folks. Absolutely. Let's get into it. Now, this isn't prepared content like most of the videos I go over. This is going to be a compilation of things that he has said on stream. Meaning, essentially, his content's going to be as lazy as mine. So we're going to try and respond to that in spite of this. I'm going to move myself up here because I know I'll be blocking his camera.
Destiny, read the comments.
Maybe not.
I'm sorry, guys. Workers are fucking stupid. They are. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know how anybody can disagree with this. I don't know how anybody could work a job.
Gotta cancel my own chat for a hot second. Boop. Nope, that's not what I want to do at all.
And come away thinking, yeah, my fellow coworkers are so smart, I wish they ran the workplace. I don't know who could possibly fucking think this, besides white college kids that haven't worked jobs before. I'm being elitist. I acknowledge that. People in the comments start shitting on you saying that you sucked as a worker. I was an amazing worker. I was the best. I challenge you. Even Rachel, who will roast me over everything, when we were talking in the house, would not roast me as a worker.
To groups of people based on.
Destiny took one chance to hack into the workforce and he couldn't do it. I had 3 different jobs. Wait, what does he mean I couldn't do it? Wait, what? Because I've happened to be streaming for the majority of my career. So my opinion was valid up until 2014, I guess. And then after that, I've been...
Manage these nuts on your chin.
Oh, wait, you can just hover the names now. Oof, that's an easy one. That sounds like a personal attack. 2 personal attacks. That's it.
So here he is banning people from his subreddit who disagree with him. Let's take a look at his actual Twitter comments, huh? So, he recently went on a fucking tirade. Let's go back, okay? Oh, God, he really went off on it. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Fuck, get these lefty dipshits off my Twitter feed. Stop following me, fuckers. Because arguing against dumb capitalists is easy, we can go to the empirical data and look at the results. Arguing with lefties is a fucking nightmare because I have to defend my very real and very flawed capitalist world against your utopia that exists only in books. I disagree strongly with this. In my experience, it's harder from our position because we have to construct a flawless like facsimile of how a socialist system might work, in spite of the fact that nobody has ever done this. No one has ever just created a flawless and internally consistent economic system from theory alone, whereas capitalists can rely constantly on the argument that socialism has never worked in practice. But to each their own. Destiny, over the course of... Whoa! Destiny, I love when you talk about LGBT stuff. Wah, please don't hurt my views of lefty society. Please, we're really going to violently take all the capital back, and workers are so smart they'll control it all and make it better. Wah, snore. So this is pretty cute right here. We can take a look at this. We can take a look at most of the tweets. Sorry, dogs, but workers are fucking stupid. The lefty worship / idealization of the average worker is so fucking uninformed it can only come from white college kids who have spent too much time on YouTube. Do lefties actually work real fucking jobs? The average worker doesn't know anything about how to manage or supervise. Most people only learn their very narrow trade. That's why most people are contractors instead of business owners. Talking about how regular workers are smooth-brained subhumans compared to their managers. My face when lefties think average workers can learn everything management does. My face when this guy's never worked with an engineer in his entire fucking life. It pretty much goes on. The extent, ultimately, in its totality, is that Destiny doesn't believe in workplace democracy. We're going to go through this video, and I'll pick it apart a little bit while we're watching it, but I'm going to try and form sort of a holistic summary of Destiny's argument and why it's fucking stupid as soon as I'm done here.
The 2-year ban. I feel I'm gonna start challenging this shit. We're gonna start making you guys. I'm getting really disgusted with this fucking all wages or all labor is theft bullshit. It's a real fucking dumb take, and I haven't seen like that cancer like being like spread as often as it is now. And I'm starting to see people just resort to it like verbatim, like this idea that like a CEO should make 1,000 times more than play. Why? Why not? What's the number? What should it be or what shouldn't it be? You don't understand. They're making all that money doing nothing because they're just stealing from the labor. Like the fuck, dude. Come on, you have to have a better, a non-fucking dipshit argument than that. Come on, dude.
A funny thing is, when Destiny appeared on the kill stream a couple of months ago, he actually said that he has yet to encounter a reactionary who could counter-argue the all labor is theft argument. So in the past, Destiny has said things which flatly contradict the arguments that he is making now. He's very emotional.
I don't know. Fuck that shit. In many countries, the richest people aren't allowed to make more than 1,000 times the lowest. What, 1,000 times the lowest paid worker? That's a lot of money, dude. That means if your lowest paid worker makes 20,000 a month or 20,000 a year, then you can make 20 million a year. Don't you mean that number is a lot lower? Are you never annoyed or irritated by how smugly confident your community is and a lot of shit takes? I cringe literally every time I enter a debate room. Yeah, I guess like I wouldn't care so much if I was actually getting like real responses, but like, dude, so many of these fucking commie responses are so fucking cringy. Holy shit. Not to mention the franchise owners who make hundreds of thousands, if not millions, every year. Who the fuck opens a McDonald's? Who franchises a McDonald's and makes millions of dollars off of it? What the fuck? Like, I feel like none of these... I don't know. I get so triggered. And then also, like, these memes, too. Dude, I feel like the jerk went way too far in the other direction. This idea that like, oh, anybody could be a supervisor or manager. The real hard work is doing the labor. That's the real hard work. Dude, having a good fucking manager or having a good supervisor, like, can make a huge fucking difference in a lot of work. Also, the jobs that like people in management do are a lot different than the jobs that the normal fucking frontline workers do.
Keep in mind right now that Destiny is replying to a straw man. Nobody who believes in a democratic workplace believes that everyone should be a manager. That's kind of contradictory. Who would you manage if everyone was the manager? Democratic workplaces aren't about everyone being a manager. They're about everyone being an owner. There can still be fair and meritocratic distribution of labor and responsibilities in a democratic workplace. It's not as though everyone would share the exact same responsibilities. That's ridiculous. Nobody argues for that. But it's the straw man that he's constructed and as arguing against.
And the idea that any frontline worker could just all of a sudden become a manager is so fucking stupid. Political. This doesn't address my argument at all. Do people learn better through doing? Sure. Does that mean that you could make any frontline employee a fucking supervisor and they'll just pick it up and do it? No. What's more, worker-managed enterprises are 40% more efficient than equivalent small business or small enterprises, and they're always more equitable too. Wait, then.
Wait, seriously? Is my... Oof! In D.GG. Yikes! Mad! God damn! Woo! Woo! What are you gonna do? Some people just get upset really easily, you know? That's fine. Hey man, if Destiny gets real fucking upset when he sees my name, that's fine. That's okay. Listen, I'm a real sensitive guy. He's entitled to his feelings.
Why aren't there more of these? Then why aren't these popping up all the fucking time? I don't know.
If worker co-ops are good, why aren't they popping up everywhere? We'll think on arguments against that point in a moment, Steven.
Understand. Because it's harder to organize because you need way more sources, small amounts of capital, I would assume. Okay, and that's where a capital owner would come in and provide the capital to make it easier to start a business. But it's not a co-op anymore? Well, I mean, that's... Am I just?
Video's kind of quiet. Why do you people never tell me this when I begin the goddamn video? Hold on. I felt like it was a little bit quiet. Zoop.
Am I just supposed to read the book? Okay.
K politics.
Okay. Thank you for the
My
links.
country
I'll
is
archive
fucked.
those.
Read
Okay.
bonus meme wowie.
Typically, people do read books to develop understanding. If every single time I'm presented with something, it is absolutely demonstrably bullshit, and then the fallback after I've shown how it's bullshit is, well, okay. I know that everything I just said was totally fucking stupid, but trust me, if you read this book, there's another explanation that actually makes sense.
I promise you, by the way, that as a lefty who has been following Destiny fastidiously for 9 years, who's watched all of his debates, YouTube, Twitch, I'm a fan of the guy. Less so now that I've been kicked out of the community, but... I promise you, he has never landed a substantive rebuttal of leftist ideology. I understand this is an anecdotal, take here. I understand that you can't really just trust me to empirically demonstrate this, and I can't offhand. But I promise you, I have never seen him adequately deal with and respond to leftist critique. Oh, Flavier, Vosh, can I have a hug? My new job let me go because I had a panic attack today and my family might lose these. Oh, Jesus. Flavier, I'm sorry you're going through that, comrade. I give you an internet hug. Best of luck, okay? I hope things work out for you.
I'm sorry if I'm a little bit not keen to waste my time doing that. A lot of complex ideas take more than a fucking abstract or 2-hour conversation to understand. Sure, but if you say something and it's demonstrably not true over and over again, and then you retreat to, okay, well, if you just read a more complicated book, it'll make sense. It smells like shit, dog.
I don't know what comments Destiny is referring to that have been proven demonstrably false that leftists then run back behind their theory to defend.
Do you not understand that? CEOs should make more than 1,000 times the frontline employee. Well, why? Because they're not worth that much. Well, how do you determine what they're worth? They need a living wage. What the fuck does that have to do with what I just said? Well, because everybody is entitled to a living wage. Okay, but how does that relate to anything we just talked about? Okay.
These are some aggressive straw men. I'm writing this down on the back of a receipt from CVS so that after we're done with this shit fucking video, I can respond to these points.
You're so dumb, Destiny. You don't even read a book, okay? You're trying to understand really complicated things, and it's not just a 2-hour talk. You gotta read a book. What the fuck? Why didn't you just open with that? If you have no arguments, if you can't defend any of your points, if everything you're saying is fucking stupid, just start with that next time. Don't waste my fucking time. Just say, hey, Destiny, honestly, this fucking economic theory is so fucking obscure and so fucking niche and esoteric that you're never gonna understand it unless you start reading. Just start with that immediately.
There's nothing niche and obscure about Marxian economics, which have changed the world more foundationally than almost any other form of theory in the history of humanity. I cannot even begin to describe how foundationally revolutionary and influential Marxian critique has been to basically all theory. Economic, anthropological, sociological, political theory. It literally fucking revolutionized the world and kicked off everything. The fucking China, Vietnam, Korea, Russia, Cuba, South America. There are countless examples of massive geopolitical upheavals that have been built off the back of this theory alone. The idea that it's niche and esoteric is a wild fucking straw man.
Don't barrage a fuck ton of dumb fuck bullshit stupid fucking answers and then retreat to, okay, well, just read a book after you realize that everything you've just said is fucking stupid as fuck, okay? We're getting to the capitalist arc of my streaming career, okay? It's coming up even more than recently. Oof, nice. That looks like a personal attack to me. Ooh.
Panning
You know
people
what
on
they
the
say.
subreddit.
A good lefty is a banned lefty. To be fair, explaining concepts is a skill in its own. It's why people suck at teaching math and shit. You know it's true. Engaging in literature and literature is the best way to understand something. Not pulling your retards on Twitter. Well, sure, but when everybody gives dumb fucking answers, it kind of makes me feel like it's a fucking waste of time. I don't give a fuck.
Keep in mind that people are aggressively encouraging Destiny to talk to like Richard Wolff and other incredibly respectable Marxist theorists here, and he refuses to do so because he doesn't find the conversations interesting. So the idea that like the world is not bringing Destiny the best arguments for leftism is flatly not true. He's just refusing to engage with them.
And the conversations just aren't fruitful. Like when you say like a CEO shouldn't make this much money. Okay, well, okay, chief. What the fuck is the answer? What do I do with that, right? If everybody on Twitter started saying that a CEO shouldn't make so much money, okay, wow. What do we do with that? How do we take that piece of information and do anything good with it, right? Well, there's nothing positive that comes from that. Like rhetorically, nothing good comes. Like literally, nothing positive comes from that. What if instead people spam shit like, we need to be pushing for negative tax rates, or we need to be pushing for socialized healthcare, or, oh, okay, well, these are actually policies that we can enact that will demonstrably help people, that will make positive changes in American society.
Lefties
these are
never
things that are
talk
good.
about these
Negative
things.
tax rates seem to be things that most economists support. Things like socialized healthcare seems to be things that most people support. Like, these are good policies to push towards. Saying that a CEO makes 1,000 times much of a frontline employee, especially when that CEO is the leader of a company with 2 million fucking employees, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that piece of information other than get mad? Like, you haven't asked what policies the guy would want implemented. Holy shit, you're treating the fucking...
Again, I want to say, I know I'm not commenting very much on this, but the reason for that is because this is not a structured argument that Destiny is presenting. He's just arguing with his chat. Meaning that, like, if I respond to him point by point, it'll come off really, like, like, wild and frenetic. So I'm writing down the points, and I'll get to them when he's done with this shit.
You haven't asked what policies the guy would want implemented. Holy shit, you're treating the fucking... I don't know who that guy is, George. Listen, I understand that you're sucking that dude's fucking dick, that you've got fucking 50 loads of this guy's fucking cum boiling in your stomach, but I have like a 5 million fucking dipshits responding to me. I'm sorry that I didn't pick out like your one fucking champion lefty, okay, that just deposited his 72nd load of the night into your fucking ass, okay, that I didn't respond to your one guy that fucking messaged me on Twitter. I didn't even see it, okay?
I wonder where my aggressively sexual rhetoric came from.
I've got like 7 million fucking dipshit lefties that are all like spamming my shit with dumb fucking takes, okay? Chill. Holy shit. Destiny chat, what is a co-op? Traditionally, in a capitalist structure, you have a capitalist, you've got somebody that provides capital, so maybe like a business, maybe like a restaurant, maybe like a grill, maybe stuff like that. He provides something, and then he brings in other people to work for his business. Since he owns a share of the business, the money that he makes comes from the people that work his capital, right? A co-op means that a group of people come together, and then they collectively, cooperatively own property, instead of having a capitalist come in and provide that capital for them. So cooperative is just a bunch of people owning a business, like an employee-owned kind of.
So he just acknowledged that, and that's correct. A co-op is people collectively owning a business, not collectively managing it. I'm not entirely sure why his Twitter tirade had so much to do with collective management of a business then. Again, that would be nonsensical. Collective, what would that look like? 20 employees, all 20 of whom are managers? Who's managing what? How are the responsibilities delegated? It's a nonsensical straw man. But he recognizes right here the correct definition of a workers' co-op. So I'm curious where he was getting that prior definition from.
He's the only one who provided sources. The first source he linked didn't have anything to do with what the fuck I was talking about. And the second source was a fucking book. Okay? I'm not gonna fucking read a book right now, okay? And I don't even think he said anything. He didn't even, like, say anything. He was just like, here's 17 links. You know, not even neoclassical economists make this claim, right? Unskilled work is really uncredentialed work, and learning by doing occurs in all jobs. This isn't even a response to anything I've said. I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this. Learning by doing. Obviously, I agree with this. What's more, worker-managed enterprises are 40% more efficient. Apparently, there's, like, capitalist structures that are reinforced by our current system. I don't know how. That's never been explained to me. If it is, I'm probably against it, though, because it sounds like it would make for an uncompetitive market.
Let's listen to that again.
There's, like, capitalist structures that are reinforced by our current system. I don't know how. That's...
He doesn't know how capitalist systems are reinforced by a current structure. Thinking. Normally this is a little bit beneath me, but Destiny is an intelligent person, and this is a wildly anti-intellectual statement to make. What? Apparently there are systems that reinforce... What? Okay, yeah. Oh, man. You know, in a respect, I actually feel somewhat responsible for this, because I was one of the more prominent lefties in his community. What, did I fail somehow? Did I fail to, like, bring the best arguments? I probably did. I was a lot worse at this, like, a year and a half ago when I would speak to him more frequently.
It's never been explained to me. If it is, I'm probably against it, though, because it sounds like it would make for an uncompetitive market. I'm generally against rent-seeking behavior, but this is a fucking link to a book, okay? I'm not reading this right now. Sorry. Here's another book. Here's an article about bullshit jobs, which I don't know how this responds to anything I've said, but I probably agree that there are bullshit jobs as well. This book being, oh, here's another book, and then here's another book. Wait. Maybe this is just a paper.
Manufacturing
Or
Consent,
book.
one of the most
This is a
well-known
book.
commentaries on... All right.
Here's another 655-page book. I don't care. Sorry, get fucked, lefties. You guys are fucking stupid as fuck, man. Fuck, you guys are so dumb. You're so dumb. I don't even believe you, actually. You know what? Without even being educated on the topic, I'm gonna say no. Fuck off, okay? You should be able to explain things. Like, I'm a reasonably intelligent person. If you can't make me understand it in several fucking tweets, like the general idea, and you've got to throw at me like 10 fucking books for me to even begin to understand your argument, you're probably full of shit, okay? Okay, let me play one league game. I hate lefties. I hate them all. I hate them. God, get him out of my audience. Get him out. Where's X kills me? Where's Laldemar? Bring him back. Hey, buddy, saying LOL lefties are done without doing the due diligence reading leftist theory is a bit cringy. It's literally like a high schooler saying, LOL, I don't need to learn calculus. I'm never going to need it. Okay, but you realize, oh my god, it's been so fucking long. But I'm pretty sure that anything up through, like, Calc 3, you can, like, even if, like, explaining, like, the actual fucking formulas or whatever might be difficult, like, you can still explain, like, mathematical concepts so that people kind of understand, right? Like, or if we look at, like, derivation or integration, like, even without understanding how to do it, you can give, like, a rough explanation of how it
Your
works.
tweets are
right?
on fire.
Whereas, like, when people say, like, I can make you understand, like, a rate of change or whatever without you having to know how to do anything having to do with... I could probably make Nathan understand a rate of change without having to teach him how to actually do calculus. But, like, when you can't explain anything related to your fucking lefty theory without, like, barraging me with 37 links to different books...
Who do you hate more, lefties or right-wingers?
Well, right now they're fucking at my community, so fucking lefties.
There it is.
But now here come the post. Destiny would literally rather have Hitler murdering Jews in the streets than kids advocating for wage reform.
So that was fun. Now let's get to the meat of it. Please, God. Please, Jesus, God, Christ Almighty, Lord in heaven. Let's get to it. Because that was tough. That was a toughie, okay? Oh, boy. This is everything I have to say about Destiny, okay? I'm going to lay it all out. Destiny is an intelligent and well-spoken rhetorician who has probably done a lot of good for the left. In this respect, he is a fucking idiot and a disgrace, and he falls well below not only my standards, but his own. I'm going to begin. For one, he comes off as a fucking reactionary when he talks about this. Now, this may not be a part of his moral system because he believes that he's obligated only to discover the truth of the matter, but I believe that it is, in a rule utilitarian sense, good to act in ways which benefit people and bad in ways to act in ways which harm people. And when you are enabling the reactionary portion of your fan base, which Destiny does have, he was a reactionary several years ago, and he definitely carries that element of his fan base with him. If your confusion and frustration with leftist theory is causing you to act in ways that enable and embolden your reactionary fan base, you're probably doing a fucking bad, okay? Flat out. And I've seen this. I check his subreddit. I look at his Twitter threads. Even though this particular YouTube video of his is massively disliked, it doesn't change the fact that he is enabling a whole lot of people in his community who are taking that anti-lefty shit to its logical conclusion, okay? There are people in there who are making fun of leftists for other things too, like wage equality, like political reform, like egalitarianism, like progressivism. See, the problem with the culture war as it stands today is it's very, very difficult to critique one side of the aisle without unintentionally enabling the other side of the aisle. If you want an example of how to do this well, look at my fucking videos, because I constantly critique cancel culture, identity politics, oversensitivity, fucking like white feminism. Yo, I love you too. I constantly critique elements of the left that I think are fucking toxic, and nobody could ever accuse me of being a reactionary or enabling reactionaries, because I am very, very, very careful in every aspect of my behavior to avoid enabling the worst elements of human thought, okay? Even when I'm criticizing people who otherwise stand with me, all right? That's fucking point A. For point B, Destiny often presents himself as somebody interested in finding the truth of the matter. I could go over his fucking YouTube videos where he debates reactionaries, where he goes on the kill stream, where he talks with random dipshits that he brings on, and I guarantee you, in a very, very substantial portion of these discussions, he'll open with, yeah, buddy, well, I'm not really interested in, like, pushing a political narrative. I'm just really interested in finding, the truth of the matter. I'm just interested in finding out what's true. And there's nothing wrong with that, but in this respect, he fails as an intellectual. Because the way in which he has treated this issue, the way in which he has fucking relentlessly strawmanned leftist opposition, the way in which he has suggested that leftist theory should be boiled down to a few tweets for it to be palatable to him, is fucking hysterical, okay? I want you to imagine for a moment, just for a moment, go on a trip with me, go on a journey. Camera, move. Go on a journey with me, okay? Imagine that you weren't born in this capitalist society, global society that you live in today, okay? Let's say that you were born to an indigenous tribe in the Amazon, all right? And for some reason, you speak English so I can talk with you, okay? And you, having been born in that tribe, come to America and you want to understand capitalism. Is there any way I could explain capitalism in a way which compensates for its very obvious and evident failures and antagonisms in anything less than a book about as thick as I am tall? Of course not, because all of these subtle ways in which we pick up on the nuances and the misunderstandings surrounding political economy are baked into our interactions with that system. You can't just do it instinctually. You can't just say, oh, yeah, okay, capitalism is private ownership of the means of production. So we do the business and the person on top owns it and he can pay them, like, as long as he pays them the legal amount. But they compete for stuff. You can't do it. It's not possible, okay? And much in the same way that this could not conceivably be done, nor either could leftism be conceivably brought about in any, a few tweets? A single discussion? No, of course not. But Destiny, and normally, hey, I wouldn't be that hard on somebody for this. Reading sucks. I don't fucking read. Normally, I wouldn't go hard on someone for this. The reason why I go on about it with Destiny is because Destiny has spent weeks researching discussion topics with people he disagrees with. He has spent weeks researching immigration and economics concerning immigration before his discussion with Lawrence Southern. I know that one at least for a fact. And there are several other instances in which he is engaged in thorough academic research to debunk fascist talking points. But he is himself not willing to engage in even a modicum of genuine intellectual engagement with leftist theory. When he engages with leftists, it's either accidentally when lefties come onto his chat during his weekly call-in stream, or because he gets affronted with, like, Hassan, for example, or me, back when I was a part of his community, and he would be openly antagonistic towards most lefty talking points. This isn't something that he has just done lately. He has always been this way. If you start talking about labor theory of value, if you start talking about, say, for example, undemocratic workplaces, what?
These are just all your gift cards.
Oh, this is where they were.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
They're kind of important, yeah.
Yes, definitely. If you start talking about, say, for example, the fundamental, like all wage or all wage labor is theft, or if you talk about how all profit is exploitation, all of these things, he shuts down mentally. If you talk about these things with him as a leftist, he just stops thinking. He retreats into these syllogisms, these attacks, these antagonisms, which are designed specifically to save him the mental labor necessary for him to actually engage with the topics. And it is at this point, blessedly, that we must return to the actual subject of this video, which is about democratic workplaces. Democratic workplaces. What does this mean exactly? Well, a democratic workplace is pretty much the cornerstone of socialist theory. The idea is that businesses are collectively owned. Okay, follow through with me here. So rather than one person owning the entirety of a business, or in some cases a collection of shareholders if your business has gone public, rather instead, everyone who works there takes in a small share of the profit and the responsibility driven from running that business. Does that mean that every decision the business makes is like done to a fucking, like a referendum? Of course not. It's a little more complicated than that. But it is not at all unreasonable to say that right now in this country and in most countries under capitalism, businesses are run like tiny dictatorships. If you get a job, you go in for the interview, you desperately try and prove yourself worthy to the interviewer. Then you show up, you act as nice, placid, and friendly as possible to avoid antagonizing the people above you, who have absolute power when it comes to determining your, like, continued employment. There is no, like, chance for you to decide democratically what is done with the workplace. You have no say in what goes on, not with your shifts, not with your fucking work time, not with what the company does, not with your approach towards policy, not with your approach towards customers, not in your approach towards the way in which you engage with either of those things. It is completely undemocratic. And since I say the majority of a human being's life in a capitalist system is met engagement with their workplace rather than with their government, and our government is ostensibly democratic, and we ostensibly are a democratic society, it would make sense then that the institutions with which we engage most frequently, our businesses, should also be made democratic. I can back up this assertion by repeating talking points that I engaged in during my humongous, just tremendous, phenomenal video on workplace co-ops. Right the fuck over here. What, can I help you? No. Jesus, fucking tossing shit at me. This phenomenal shit right here. Are you fucking ready? Where the fuck is it? Where are you, Richard Wolf? Right here. Worker co-op research stream. Went over it. Have a link down here. Hey, turns out worker co-ops are more productive, produce better outcomes, are more stable, are more resistant to economic downturn, and provide much greater happiness and financial well-being to their workers. Seems like a slam dunk, right? Right? Well, yes. There's no catch to it. Worker co-ops are fucking sick. They're just better than what we have today. And if we essentially organized every business as a worker co-op, that would functionally be a socialist society, because there would no longer be any private ownership of the means of production. Obviously, it's a little more complicated than that. There is a little bit of, like a scaling up, a little bit of economy of scale sort of management you have to engage in when you talk about worker co-ops being applied to massive, like, international conglomerates. But broadly speaking, this is pretty much the crux of the theory. Easy peasy, right? So why then is Destiny somebody who is ostensibly in favor of engaged, thorough, intellectual, consistent, and truthful research on any given issue he discusses, so fucking unaware of this? Well, in the video of his that we just watched together, and boy, he said some really some dumbass shit in that video, okay? He makes a number of comments that I can describe only as unabashed straw men, okay? So let's go over this. Let me just cross off these points. I'm doing this all on the fly. I never prepare any of my videos. First off, he makes the very fallacious straw man argument that democratic workplaces are in any way, shape, or form everyone being a manager. It's flatly not true. That's ridiculous. What the fuck? No one is saying this, okay? And that's why so much of his little tweet storm, we're talking about how most workers are stupid, dumb fuck, degenerate pieces of shit who can never understand such Herculean complexities as a scheduling chart, okay? He says it. You can go look at his Twitter yourself, all right? Now, I'm going to break this down. First of all, again, it has nothing to do with management. Second of all, more importantly, Destiny has an incredibly patronizingly low opinion of the common worker. And I do too. I think most people are pretty fucking stupid. The difference is why. I recognize that most people are stupid because we have a horrid education system that exists to gear people up for jobs and not much else, and that our workplace education is relegated exclusively to teaching people how to be the best possible drone to maximize output for their capitalist owners. Easy peasy, right? People are products of their environment. If you teach people like shit, if you treat people like shit, if you incentivize people to do nothing beyond ascribe to learn that which they need to make the bare income necessary to avoid starving to death, then you're going to get people who are fucking dumb. Destiny, however, in his arguments, never, ever, ever concedes the point, at least not in the tweet storm that I saw, that the reason why most workers might be unprepared for the jump in responsibility that might be associated with a democratically representative workplace is because workers are just... It's because dumb. He never acknowledges that it might be because of any sort of like structural or systemic problems. He never acknowledges that it might be because the system is geared to train people that way. It never occurred to him, possibly, that this might be because people are trained to act like lapdogs, that people are trained to not give a fuck about their workplaces because they don't give a fuck about them. Why the fuck would they give a fuck about the workplace? That the workers are trained to do nothing other than meet the bare minimum of their own job requirement because the possibility of promotion is minimal, and the idea that the corporation will ever recognize anything of benefit done by them is completely fucking nonsensical. Life just doesn't work that way. Corporations don't give a fuck about you, okay? And everyone knows that. Everyone knows that these days. The people who pretend not to know that are the ones who are trying to use that good faith to put themselves in a position where they can one day themselves not give a fuck about the people who work for them. So why, Destiny? I know you're going to hear about this video. Our communities are too interlinked for you not to. Why are you so anti-intellectual on this? Why do you strawman like this? Why do you misrepresent democratic workplaces as places where everyone has to be a manager? And then why do you go so far as to explain the, I suppose, congenital stupidity of workers as being a product of their intellectual inferiority, rather than a series of systemic problems, when you're so willing to acknowledge systemic issues in your other discussions? Like, for example, why black people have lower IQs in America. You and I both know it's not because of their fucking brains. It has everything to do with their educational opportunities, about their income, about the neighborhoods they grow up in, maybe about the lead paint that they were earnestly licking as a child because of the substandard Section 8 housing many of them were born into. So why? I gotta keep moving my pen over. I just don't understand why Destiny would engage in strawmen like this. It doesn't make sense to me. I really do think that Destiny is an intelligent person, you know. But I have a theory on this. In regards to his, I suppose, personal dissatisfaction, his personal antagonism towards like leftism as a concept. And I really do think it comes down to ego. I really, really do just genuinely believe that Destiny doesn't like feeling as though he's part of a herd. He's talked many times about how he doesn't like any kind of anti-individualist thinking. He doesn't like gay people identifying with the LGBT community. He doesn't like black pride. He doesn't like Latino pride. He doesn't like Asian pride. And to his credit, he doesn't like white pride either, even though these are not at all comparable things for a variety of reasons. But principally, he doesn't like any kind of group identity, and he often talks about how he's an exceptional individual who eschews group identity, who doesn't give a fuck about his family, who doesn't give a fuck about his culture or his community or his race or anything like that. He just wants to maximize his own personal well-being and discover the truth of the matter, okay? And to this I say, Destiny, you're smarter than that. Fuck off. You know perfectly well that you're a product of your environment just as much as I am, and you know perfectly well that you have, over the course of your life, benefited from the existence of group identities that you can move behind, like the gamer identity. I know a lot of people make this out to be a joke, but your conflation, your existence within the gamer community has lent you a tremendous amount of support and a tremendous amount of credibility when it comes to approaching gaming issues and issues surrounding the reactionary community, which was born largely out of Gamergate, because you yourself are authentically a top-tier gamer boy, okay? We all benefit from the existence of group identities. No man is an island, blah, 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 blah. But you have taken a particular dislike to leftism as a group identity, haven't you? Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty antagonistic with lefties, too. You know how many of them I've ostracized, don't you? I mean, you have to know, right? I'm sure you know at least something about me after I broke off from your community. I've grown pretty quickly. So you know I, too, eschew group identity to a large extent. The difference is, I don't do it out of ego. I do it because I'm trying to levy legitimate criticisms against pernicious aspects of leftist culture. You're not doing that right now. You're not speaking truth to power. You're not improving anyone's understanding of an issue. You're lashing out against the leftists in your community because you don't like the fact that you've been associated with them after all the anti-reactionary shit that you've done. When you speak to reactionaries, you speak favorably of leftism. And when you speak to leftists, you speak contrarily to leftism. This is an ego position. This contrarianism is not driven out of intellectualism, and it's not driven out of a desire to understand. It's driven exclusively out of an interest to define yourself exclusionary to that to whom you're presently speaking. That's what you like doing. And there's nothing wrong with doing that on an individual level. Who doesn't like being a contrarian sometimes? The problem is the way you're doing it is hurting people, okay? Because you have a responsibility as a public figure, and you know this. You have a responsibility as a public figure to be truthful, to be a good faith actor. This is by your own credence as well. I know you hate bad faith actors, and you're failing on both of those points right now because the straw men and the anti-intellectualism you've engaged in fall well below the purview of good faith acting. Well below. So let's get to that, huh?
Also, you hit 2K viewers.
I know.
Okay.
So let's get to that, huh? With the straw men, the deliberate conflation of different lefty arguments, the use of rhetorical tactics that are meant to obfuscate meaning rather than elucidate, you're acting like a bad faith actor when it comes to leftism. Why? You know, one particularly ironic thing, or I suppose amusing, that I think you engaged in was you made the exact same argument that Jordan B. Peterson did when Jordan B. Peterson argued with Slavoj Žižek recently. Jordan B. Peterson came out to argue against leftism, and in doing so, he brought out a 10-point list against the Communist Manifesto, which is the most pathetically anti-intellectual and insubstantive response to leftism I have ever seen in my life from an ostensible intellectual. And you know what one of the stupidest things JBP said? JBP said that lefties believe that the proletarians are inherently virtuous and that all capitalists are inherently evil, and that if the proletarians took the power of the capitalists, that everything would just work out because the proletarians are good, so everything they do will be good, even if they have the same power. You made that same argument, buddy. You made that exact same argument against democratic control of workplaces. You said, and I'm not going to bother looking up the tweet, but if anyone cares, Destiny doesn't delete his tweets. You're free to look it up. He said, lefties are arguing that things would be better if workers controlled the workplace because workers are just inherently good and managers are bad or whatever. You said something to that effect. You literally made the same retarded fucking argument as JBP. And I'll drop that fucking R slur. I'll shit that right out of my fucking throat. Because that is such an unbelievably disingenuous, stupid, smooth-brained, dumbass fucking argument for someone like you to be making. I'm coming at this from a position of respect, Destiny. I mean, I've been told I speak a lot like you, you know. Obviously, my rhetorical skills are in large part a product of me being a fan of yours. I look up to you in a lot of ways. So could you please try a little bit harder to meet even a fraction of my expectations? Because that was a stupid fucking argument that you made right there. Let me give the proper form of this argument. No leftist, none of us believe that like workers are just like inherently good people or whatever. So like if you displace the capitalist owners and replace them with a commune of workers, that everything would just be good just because. Literally no leftists believe this. Not one. Not one. Okay? Find me. Find me such a person, and I will shit on them with you, Destiny. We can go back to back, okay? And we can both unload all over this person's face, all right? Please. Because when I hear this subject discussed, I don't hear people talking about workers being inherently virtuous. I talk about the structure of private ownership of capitalism being inherently exploitative. I hear people talk about how if we removed this system, not just replaced the actors and swapped who's in charge, that we would no longer have a system which incentivizes greed, myopic profit-seeking, and destructive sociopathic behavior. That's what I've heard argued. And you know what? I think that's a convincing fucking argument. We've discussed this in the past too. Here's an excellent example, okay? Let's say, for example, that a corporation could make more money if they illegally dump chemicals into a lake. Now, with the EPA being largely defunded and pretty toothless, let's say they could get away with this with pretty much no risk of government oversight catching them and fining them $10 or however much the EPA thinks is appropriate for destroying a piece of the environment, okay? If a CEO wants to do this, or if a collection of people under the CEO want to do this, the reason this structure incentivizes that behavior, which I will term antisocial for, I think, fairly obvious reasons, is because the hierarchical structure of the workplace means that people have a fiduciary responsibility to meet the interests of those above them. A CEO is going to make that call fairly often because a CEO has a fiduciary responsibility to maximize the wealth of his or her shareholders. What's more, maximizing the wealth of his or her shareholders is going to incentivize a bonus given to him. And what's more, because this is not a democratic system with no set of counterbalances, and pressure is coming from the top down rather than the bottom up, I think it's pretty easy to imagine how one person sitting alone at their penthouse glass desk... Huh?
Oh, can I have your stuff box?
Sure.
I'm organizing.
Yeah. And breaking my flow.
Sorry.
My wrapper flow.
I was thinking about it and wondering if I could duck under. Thank you.
I think it's easy to imagine how one CEO sitting in a penthouse office and in front of a glass desk, considering how they can maximize profit for their shareholders, might be able to make that decision. But what about a democratically owned workplace? Well, now there's not one person at the top, and there are certainly no fucking shareholders to whom you have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize output and profit. Instead, you have a democratic council of people elected by worker representatives, and all major decisions made by the company are filtered through a democratic process. So what's more likely? One single CEO, wealthy and disillusioned to the interests not only of his workers but of his community. Yes, thank you. One wealthy CEO with no checks or balances making an executive decision to worsen the environment for personal gain. Or, in my system, a democratic commune of democratically elected representatives making a collective decision which has to be vetted on by the representatives and the workers of the company and discussed publicly, making the same decision to personally benefit each of them by a comparatively much smaller amount with no fiduciary responsibility and an inherent workplace transparency that makes involvement from the EPA and other regulatory industries much more likely. This is a slam dunk. This is easy. This is an easy argument for me to make. I am on every conceivable level. This is a slam dunk argument for me to make. But I personally have argued with Destiny on this subject several months ago, and he's just like, I just don't see how that'd make a difference. Like I have no idea how socialism could reduce global warming. This is a level of and I apologize if it seems as though I'm strawmanning him. I'm obviously not being particularly fair to him right now. I'm familiar with all of his arguments because I'm a fan of his. I understand much of my audience won't be, and the small sliver of his arguments they're seeing filtered through me are probably a little bit uncharitable. Like I've said before, he's an intelligent person and he does good work. But in this respect specifically, he's being intentionally stupid, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why, Destiny. Why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to me? This is easy. If you were anywhere near as intelligent and cogent on this issue as you are when it comes to arguing against race realists or like white supremacists, you would have a very easy time understanding the points that I am making here. Let's go back to the worker co-op argument. Earlier in the stream, in the video that we watched, Destiny said, if worker co-ops are so good, why aren't they everywhere? I don't know, Destiny. Maybe because there are some institutional pressures which are preventing corporations from democratizing and thus substantially reducing the extent to which the elite capitalist class can exploit laborers. I wonder what kind of institutional disincentivizations must be taking place in order to prevent the explosion of a pretty much objectively superior and more ethical form of workplace organization. Could it be that banks are disincentivized to loaning to co-op startups, and of a wide variety of reasons which have nothing to do with the stability of a co-op, which is higher than the stability of a traditionally owned business? Could it have something to do with the fact that our country is ruled by an elite capitalist class that has every single fucking interest at heart to disincentivize on a structural level the rise of co-ops because it threatens their bottom line? I can't imagine. But you could, Destiny. You could easily, if you put even a fraction of the amount of thought that you put into arguing with reactionaries into this issue, then you wouldn't be so flagrantly misrepresenting these obvious talking points from leftists. Why? Why? Why do you do this? I don't understand. You're smarter than that. I'm not asking you to go full leftist. I'm just asking you to not lie about obvious leftist talking points. Stop saying worker co-ops and democratic workplaces are about everyone being a manager. Stop saying that workers are all just like stupid and can't handle the responsibilities of making a fucking scheduling chart, even though that's not even what they would need to do. You're wrong on two levels there. Stop implicitly suggesting that the lack of worker co-ops in our society has everything to do with worker co-ops being bad and unviable and nothing to do with systemic pressures keeping them out. You're smarter than this. Why? You don't even have to read literature. I've never read Das Kapital. I haven't read volume 1, 2, or 3. I've never done it. And I'm still more familiar with these talking points than you. It's not hard. You just have to open up your mind to a slightly different economic paradigm, to stop valuing GDP growth as the single sole determining factor of the health of an economy. Small changes you can make to your thought process simply to entertain a different way of thinking, not even to accept it, would allow you to have a much more intellectually consistent position on this particular issue, and yet you fail time and time again. Why? Why are you so fucking triggered by leftism? Why won't you talk to Richard Wolff? Why didn't you accept my suggestion months ago, before I was kicked out of your community, to go over a true socialist argument? I said, give me 2 weeks and I will research myself to the fucking bone, and we will have an extensive, thorough, intellectually consistent, data-driven argument on the viability of socialist business organization and of a socialist political economy. And you didn't accept it. You laughed me off. But you waste time talking to random dipshits during your random like pseudo lefties during your call-in streams, and you waste time talking to Hassan, which, I love you, Hassan, is not that great at representing lefty talking points. Flat out. Why? I'm not saying you have to talk with me. I don't want to be a part of your community anymore. Your community is pretty mad at me. You literally banned my name from your fucking stream chat for some god-awful reason, okay? I can't even begin to fathom how mad. I don't know if you did that or if someone else did that, but that's pretty fucking ass-pained, my dude. It's not like I send my community to go harass you, you know. Your community harasses me. I get little mini brigades in my chat. I lied about Cake. Your sysadmin bragged about breaking into this website, vosh.gg, and hacking it. Your people make threads on me. Your people lie about me being sued by you because we used open source network architecture in a completely legal way with the permission of the users. Your community is the one who speaks ill of me, so I don't exactly know why you would ban my name from your chat. But if you're just upset, if If you're just upset by mention of my name, that's fine. You don't have to take my advice on it. Take the advice of Richard D. Wolff. Take the advice of some other educated leftists in your community who I know are chomping at the fucking bit to educate you on these incredibly stupid fucking misconceptions that you bring up every time you get ass pained that you have unintentionally cultivated a leftist following. This isn't going away, Destiny. You're not getting rid of your leftist fan base. You're too important in anti-reactionary thought. But, I mean, you could keep throwing off your lefty fan base. Because if somebody likes your rhetoric, and somebody likes how you act, and they just wish you were a little bit more further left, I mean, I benefit from that. Who else? Nobody else benefits from that as much as me. But I don't want to make any of my community growth a part of your personal failings. I would rather you and I do different things at different times with equal levels of intellectual rigor and intellectual honesty. And you haven't been doing that. You don't have to read Das Kapital. You don't have to read the fucking bread book. You don't have to read Engels. You don't need to read any of this shit, okay? You don't need to read Lenin. This isn't necessary, okay? Nobody is... Well, no, a lot of people are saying you should do this. I'm not saying you should do this, okay? What I'm asking is for you to give leftism a God-honest chance. Because whether you like it or not, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, capitalism is dying. The inequalities and antagonism of capitalism grow worse by the year. Income inequality rises. The ridiculous extent to which corporate interests are met with government policy grows every year. Things are getting worse, not better. Bernie Sanders, if elected, is not going to put forward some campaign finance reform that is going to fix all of this. The system is broken, and this isn't the first time we've been here. This isn't the first time a system has broken, okay? Monarchies have fallen. Theocracies have fallen. Authoritarian dictatorships have fallen. And one day, too, we will fall. And when that happens, I want this population to be ready for what comes next. I don't know what kind of socialism it's going to be. I don't even know if it's going to be socialism, though I certainly would like it to be. But when that day comes, I want to have a community that is engaged, intelligent, and ready for the hard decisions that will need to be made when that time in history comes. And right now, you're not doing your due diligence, dude. You're being every bit as much the reactionary anti-intellectual that you claim to hate. You're ruining things for people just as much as you hate it when other people do, okay? You're no different right now than the fucking quartering, okay? Looking at some goddamn Kotaku article headline and ranting and raving and reeing about it for a 15-minute video. You're engaged in the exact same level of intellectual rigor. So stop. Just stop, okay? Because you're an intelligent person. And you can do better than this. Just stop. That's my rant. Now, I don't know if this discussion is going to have negative outcomes for me in the future. Destiny's community is a lot larger than mine, and there's enough of an overlap that I know people in his community are going to be talking about this. Probably they're talking about it right now, and they will be when this gets put out as a video, which means there's going to be a new resurgence of drama concerning this stuff. You know, again, you should watch my video on that subject in regards to recent drama. And I suppose I'm fine with that, because I would rather engage with Destiny's intellectual failings that feel as though I can't because his community has too much ire for me. That would be cowardly. And by the way, Destiny, you're probably not hearing me right now because I'm probably not going to put this part in the video, but in case, I'm always down to discuss this. I know you probably won't. And we probably shouldn't, to be perfectly honest. And people will accuse me of leeching for asking in the first place. But, to my own credit, 2,000 stream viewers right now, okay? I've done some work for myself. Am I big enough for you yet? Am I big enough for you to care? When will there be a financial interest sufficient enough for you to believe it's worthwhile to get your ass pounded on these obvious fucking issues? Okay? because I could kick your ass in this discussion, specifically, anytime. Oh, wait, fuck, I'm banned from Twitch. Ah, well, never mind. Ha! I got my fucking eyes on you, Destiny. I'm watching your shit. As a fan! I'm a big fan of your work. Shape up. All right. Well, that was kind of fun. Let me, first of all, we have 2,000 people watching right now, which is entirely too many. Thank you. Let me go over some donations, huh? I seem to have quite a few. And after that, we can move on. This isn't a Destiny stream today. This is, we've got some other topics to go over. In fact, I think we'll be going over the topic that got me banned from Twitch. Oh no, this is a lot of donations. Oh dear. Dearie me. Let's get over it, huh? John with the $2. Hey, just started watching the stream here at my shit job. Destiny shit talking, democratizing the worst place, pissing me off. Thanks for fighting the good fight, wrong comrade. John, anytime. I slurred my way through reading your message out loud, but you know what? I really appreciate it. Also, holy fuck, it's hot in here. My face probably looks shiny. Why is it so hot? So warm in here. I guess we're getting closer to summer. It makes sense. Ciancius, Destiny, more like distant poem. Boss, with the tier 1 subscription. Thank you, comrade. That's awfully generous of you. White Nervosa, thanks for making it so that donations go straight to my Streamlabs account. Flevier with the $1. Vosh, I'm curious, what's your opinion on Captain Marvel? The character in her movie, not in others. I think she's a poor female hero because she's got very little character development in her movie. I've never actually seen Captain Marvel or Endgame. I'm getting around to it, though. I live in a very rural community. But I recently got a car, so now it's a little bit easier for me to move around. When I do see Captain Marvel and Endgame, I'll probably do a video on those. Ariaxa with the $1. It's frustrating, though, that 99% of online folks are screeching autists that couldn't explain themselves out of a wet paper bag. The leftists in his chat are like the shivering 19-year-old, Shapiro yells down. Contentious language, but I don't disagree with you. Frankly, most people just aren't equipped for structured debate. And what's more, Destiny is, himself, quite intelligent, and is probably not going to be impressed with weak arguments. Alexi Time with the $10. Actually, managers would benefit more. They are typically salaried, which means they can be worked more than 40 hours without extra pay. Destiny is a brand, not an intellectual. I know I have a little bit higher of an opinion of Destiny than most of the people in my community, but I get you, though. Gene G with the $5. I've had an awful day, and this is the soothing balm I needed for my soul. Good luck and Godspeed, comrade. Gene G, thank you. I love you, buddy, okay? I hope that you have a better day soon. Any chance you'll do new media content soon? Yes, absolutely. I love doing media content. I just need the excuse. Frenic31 with the $1. So you're saying Destiny is a tsundere for leftism? No, unfortunately. I don't. I don't think that Destiny is tsundere for leftism. I think he's tsundere for, like, progressivism and flat-out anti-leftism, except in the very specific instances where being pro-leftist gets him dunk points against reactionaries. Pamphleteer with the $10. Based on his avowed positions, Destiny is a mutualist, which is just anarchy with extra steps. I'm behind in the stream. A lot of positions Destiny holds, particularly concerning the economy, are pretty inherently antagonistic with one another. He doesn't really have this sussed out. I wouldn't call him a mutualist. JC with the $1. Thank you. Canamo 24 with the $5. At this point, I look at Destiny as an entry point for more leftist ideas. His debates with fascists and pull dummies like JonTron are still funny. Yeah, absolutely. I was listening to Destiny debates while playing Monster Hunter World last night. Yeah, there's total value to his discussions, unquestionably. Shane Lindbergh with the $1. Thank you. Oh, not with the $1. Sorry, with the tier 1 subscription. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the colored name. AX Gamers X with the £5. I'm torn apart. Why is Mommy Destiny and Daddy Vosh fighting? It's only a fight if it's two-way, and I don't think that Destiny is going to make any sort of public response to this. Yeesh. Pax Parallax with the $5. Vosh is better than Destiny. I recently launched a YouTube channel. Was hoping I could borrow some social capital, but my favorite edgy daddy. Hey everyone, go check out Pax Parallax. Huh? A new lefty channel is valuable. It could do some serious good in the community, huh? You never know which one of us is going to explode. Go check them out. And thank you, comrade. 21st Century Socialist with 100 kronar. Here's some money, Vosh. It's always nice to listen to your opinions, especially now that the far right and conservatives have grown in strength here after the EU elections. I weep for my union. Yeah, I'm really sorry about the EU elections, buddy. I think we all kind of knew it was going to happen, but it still fucking sucks. Yikes. Icor 3 with $2. The colonists are dumb. We should trust King George. Witty Name 83 with the 420. Curious how you think co-ops would be run in a globalized economy and how globalization affects local businesses. Be happy to talk about it. That is a complicated fucking subject, and I don't pretend to know enough about it to have a perfect solution to how globalized economies would interact with, like, workplace democracies. All I know is that our system now doesn't work, and I have heard convincing arguments for how a different system could function, a democratic system could function, in a globalized economy. Ariaxa with the $1. Chairman Vosh has spoken. Farscryer 0 with the $5. Vosh, can you give a guesstimate on how long you think capitalism will exist? I could never make that. I could never make that prediction. I would make a fool of myself. I think that late stage capitalism probably has 50 to 100 years left in it before global warming and economic inequality get bad to the extent that, like, human nature takes over and we just flip shit. But even that's a 100% soft guess, okay? And I would never, like, bet money on it. Comrade Mouse, wow, with a tier 3 subscription. Take my money, soy boy lefty cuck. Comrade Mouse, thank you so much for the tier 3. I promise I'll use that money to buy a lot of soy, okay? I really appreciate it. And Fresco 5 with the $2. I think Destiny plays capitalist to own opponents. It's easy to own opponents as a capitalist if you don't understand lefty arguments, yeah. I'd like to see him do it against a real leftist sometime. Sid Quinsat with the $10. Been listening for a while, but I've yet to contribute. Love your work and the way you help train us in shutting down bag arguments. I've learned a lot. Oh, fuck, Sid Quinsat. Thank you. That's awfully generous of you. I really appreciate it, comrade. $10. Ferdavs Yuldishev with the $5. Vosh, what do you think about AI taking over and make more and more of jobs obsolete? Do you think capitalism will fail eventually? Capitalism will fail eventually. I don't believe in the end of history. And I welcome automation, okay? The economy is supposed to get more efficient. This leaves us more free time to produce, more free time to be creative and engage in self-fulfillment. Only in a system as antagonistic and hypocritical as capitalism could making the economy more efficient cause a labor crisis. Space Cowboy Meme 710 with the $2. Killing it, my guy, heart. Love you, comrade. Dre J with the $1. After watching last night's stream, I realized that we fuck very similarly. Good, Dre J. Good. Because I fuck good. 2 Stickman with the 252. Have you seen this list of super dumb panels at a Chud meetup? This is some future content in the making. Yeah, Shoe on Head is coming to this. Look. Ending racism, violence, and authoritarianism with people like Roaming Millennial, a Nazi, Aiden Paladin, a Nazi, Count Dankula, a Nazi, Blair White, of dumbass, Hunter Avalone, a grifter dumbass, Tim Pool, a Nazi grifter dumbass, Sargon of Akkad, a Nazi grifter dumbass, and friend of the stream and love of all to believe in democracy and Bernie Sanders 2020, Shoe on Head. Godspeed, Shoe. I love you, buddy, okay? Have fun. By the way, Sargon of Akkad, a.k.a. 4 months of not apologizing for very public comments in which you said you wouldn't even rape somebody, on the panel, Changing Minds, How to Admit When You're Wrong, as moderated by a Nazi. Good luck. Good luck, Shoe on Head. I love you, buddy, okay? If you don't blow them the fuck out, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, okay? I would kill to have that kind of public appearance. Not that Minds would ever invite me for anything. Because, well, you know. You get it. You get what I'm going on about. God. Holy shit. Queen of Dice with the tier 4 subscription. Holy fuck. That is so incredibly generous of you. Hey, Vosh, watching your content has made me a more confident person, and as a trans woman, this means a lot to me. Keep up the good fight, comrade. Fuck yeah. Confidence is the liquid gold that pours through our veins, okay? Please keep being confident because you deserve it and the world deserves it. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. That's so incredibly generous of you. God damn. God damn. We're just about wrapped up with donations here, and then we're going to get to some Zionist shit. Joe Joff with 100 rubles. Sounds like you need some non-engagement content that'll never betray you. Info channel. Pure information trumps pure ideology in every market system. Info channel. Wasn't this the... Oh my god.
Info channel. All the time. All the time.
Is this a Tim and Eric skit? The inside poop on NASA. Oh man.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. That's something to dissect soon. Oh boy. Spooky Scary Socialist 12 with the 2 pounds. When my autism's isolating me, this stream helps. Hey, Spooky Scary Socialist 12. I'm autistic too, comrade, for realsies, okay? I lucked out in that my autistic obsession became public speaking, which allowed me to overcome a lot of my social dysfunction. I was very lucky in that respect, but I 100% sympathize with the difficulties brought about by trying to interact with the fucking normies. I get it, comrade. Fav1 with the €5. Are you familiar with Jonathan Haidt? What do you think about his research on moral foundations or his critique of New Atheism? Well, I hate New Atheism, but I'm not familiar with Jonathan Haidt. I would have to, I'd have to look them the fuck up. I'll put them on my to-read list. Thank you for the suggestion. Your slam on centrists at the end of your black conservative VOD was incredible. Nihilistic Dogma, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that was all off the cuff. It felt kind of cringy while I was saying it, but I meant it, okay? It came straight from the heart. What? Oh, God. Joshua Farrington with the $2. Keep up the amazing work, comrade. Ain't never gonna stop. Herkimer 1 with the $2. I hate the left. Screeching bitch fart that owes the near entirety of his fortune to the charity. You got him. Dark Saurus with the tier 1 subscription. I did always find it weird how flippant Slippery Steve was on anything remotely left that is counter to his capital. Take my money, you filthy comrade. Leftism is like the one position where Destiny is not intellectually rigorous, and it's very strange to me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Comrade Mouse with the $1. Oh, fuck Aiden Paladin. Is she even relevant anymore? I don't know. Let's find out. Aiden Paladin on YouTube. Nearly 100,000 subscribers, 4 times as many as me. But strangely, her videos are getting around the same viewership as me. So, I'm guessing that no, she's not especially relevant anymore. To get this few views when you're putting out content this often and have this many subscribers, I don't know. You know what's funny, by the way? Aiden Paladin is was produced by Destiny. She was just some random shit tier poltard during like the Trump election season, and she went on to Destiny's stream and embarrassed herself for 3 hours and used that social capital to start a channel and start getting popular. I'm not joking. So Aiden Paladin and I are both very similar in this respect. Isn't Aiden Paladin a Jew? Who the fuck cares? I'm a Jew. Everyone's a Jew. It's too bad because Aiden Paladin, like the name, kind of... Oh, fuck, I mistyped that. Aiden Paladin rings off the... There we go. B minus, Social Blade rank, doo-doo-doo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's getting, like, look, like a few dozen subscribers every day. Yeesh. Yeah, that's not super great. Godspeed, Aiden, you cunt. All right, let's wrap this up. Sorrow Snake with the $2. If you want to have a real debate on socialism, hit me up. Sorrow Snake, you know you're on my hit list, okay? Rachel Morris with the $2. You're bread pilling me, daddy? Good. Make us all a little bit more intellectually rigorous today. And not that I'm an academic, mind you. Andy Lebuch with the $2 Australian. Up at 5 a.m. in Australia, Oz is getting super fashy. Yeah, dude, no offense. Your fucking country/continent sucks. It sucks. Work on it, honestly. Ugh. Luckens with the €6. Nice stuff. Would like to see Destiny engage more with leftist thought. Also enjoyed the Ask Yourself talk. P.S. Thanks for the trans rights. Trans rights, comrade. Trans rights. Yeah, no, the Ask Yourself talk was fun. And I want to see Destiny engage with leftist content more too. I don't want to just like own him or whatever. I want him to get better. And Snowy Bird 77 with the 20 DKK. Shoe on bread. We're getting there, comrade. We're fucking getting there. Hey, Vosh, have you read my donation? MLG Bernie Sanders, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't actually see your donation listing anywhere here. I do not know why. The Streamlabs donation page can be a little bit unreliable sometime. If I missed your donation, type it out in chat, and I will look it up. Jean G with the $2. Aladdin Paladin wastes good aesthetics. I completely agree. All right. All right. Let's keep it the fuck going, comrades. Let's keep it the fuck going. We've had a lot of fun here today. It's been great. It's been cool. We opened up by, I guess, shitting on Destiny, but we can do more, okay? That's not all we are. We can be more than that. This is a contentious stream title. Fuck Zionism and glory to the lost Jew. For those of you who don't know, I was banned off Twitch for my my incisive takes on Zionism. I can sum it up very quickly, okay? Jews are human beings, and I love human beings, okay? I don't have a problem with Jews, and I don't have a problem with the Jewish religion, at least not anymore that I have a problem with all organized religions, which is to say I hate them, but I don't have a particular problem with Judaism. What I do have a particular problem with is Israel, the brutal, fascist ethno-state that slammed its ass down in justly Palestinian territory and has since engaged in a genocidal war of conquest and land acquisition, brutally depriving them of rights, stuffing them into open-air concentration camps, forcing them to cross borders and show permits just for living in the country that they rightfully occupied a few decades ago, and driving their people out. Israel is a brutish, nightmarish monster state, and in any just world, it would be excised cleanly from Israel, with all of the beautiful, kind, non-fascist Jews in that country kept perfectly safe and allowed to integrate wherever they so choose, as long as they don't do it in a way that involves genocide. That's my position on Israel, okay? This is a YouTube channel called JTV, Jewish Ideas, Global Relevance. And the video title is Judaism is Not a Religion. Judaism is not a religion. That is a hot fucking take coming from a Jewish YouTube channel. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of rationale we're going to be using here, okay? What kind of rationale could possibly be used to justify such a foundationally untrue sentiment? Let's find out together. Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert. This is not a Jewish YouTube channel. This is a Zionist YouTube channel. You know how I know that? Here's one of their other recent videos. Lost Jews debate Zionist Jews. You see, to the Zionist, All Jews who do not support Israel and her right to conquer the Palestinian territories is a lost Jew, a traitor to their people and to their kind. And it has been the it has been the policy of Zionists to besmirch, to belittle, to demean, to dehumanize, to excise, to ridicule, and to disenfranchise every Jew who criticizes Israel and Zionism and AIPAC. This is very common if you look in far-right conservative Zionist publications. They will very frequently decry anti-Zionist Jews as being traitors to their people. What's more, the purpose of this is to foundationally conflate Israel's nationhood with Judaism as a religion. This is the goal of this policy, to make Judaism and Israel inseparable, so any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, and any Jew who is not a Zionist is a traitor. There is nothing more anti-Semitic to me than the suggestion that a Jew who does not support the brutal ethno-state, fascist regime, not a dictatorship, a theocracy that is Israel, is a traitor to their people. There is no more anti-Semitic group out there than the Zionist. That's hyperbole. Nazis are really anti-Semitic too, but Zionists are pretty fucking bad too. Do you know how I can substantiate these comments? Netanyahu, recently re-elected dipshit as the head of Israel, 69 years old. Nice! Netanyahu, seen here Sieging Heil, is a Holocaust revisionist. I'm not joking. Netanyahu has said on multiple occasions that Hitler originally just wanted to safely deport the Jew, and that it was actually Arab diplomats who suggested to Hitler that they engage in the extermination process. The reason for doing this? So that Netanyahu can direct his people's antagonisms and lingering resentment from the Holocaust away from Germany, who is no longer a threat to Israel's interests, and towards the Arab world, which is. Everything that I'm saying is true. Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, is a Holocaust revisionist who has painted Hitler in a better light to misdirect blame for the Holocaust against their Arab neighbors. This isn't a joke. This isn't hyperbole. He's made these statements and defended them. Netanyahu is a fascist. And like all good fascists, he recognizes that the enemy of his people must be at once easily cowed and insurmountable, that Israel must at once be a tiny boat floating in a sea of Arab hatred and antagonism, and also the global domineering democratic force in the Arab world who could wipe out the rest of the Arab states with but a thought. Were it not for the UN and their pesky rules on war, Israel could claim the Arab territories in a second. And you know what? With American military support, they probably could. Like a good fascist, Netanyahu recognizes that the existence of his regime has to be defined in opposition to an other, and he has so beautifully transferred that otherhood from Nazis, one might say an archetypical enemy of the Jew, to the Arab world. Oh yeah, chat on screen should be back. Let's bring that back. Y'all have been talking. Netanyahu is a tremendous piece of shit who has collaborated, corroborated, worked with, and praised far-right nationalists who have themselves made anti-Semitic comments in the past. Because Netanyahu and other Zionists do not give a fuck at all about Jewish people. They care about Israel, and they care about the national power that comes with it. So please, in this instance, in this beautiful, beautiful moment, join me as we look at this channel try to do that dirty fascist work. Join me as we watch this channel try to conflate the Jewish identity with the Israeli identity, such as to make any criticism of Israel anti-Semitic and thus to insulate it against criticism in spite of the countless war crimes they commit on a daily basis.
Judaism is not a religion. Now, I know we were all raised in a day and age and conditioned to consider Judaism as one of the world's great religions, which is a bit strange since Jews make up less than 0.01% of the world's population.
That's true. The reason why Judaism is considered one of the world's great religion is in part because of Western cultural relativism. I sincerely doubt, for example, that like a Chinese person has the same opinions on the prevalence of Judaism that, say, a Western person has, but also because Jews have had a particularly contentious relationship with Western history, what with things like getting booted out of a bunch of European countries and the Holocaust. The relentless, unjust persecution that Jews have faced throughout the past few centuries, longer than that, really, throughout the past fucking millennia, has, in the minds of many, validated them as their as the authentic identity of the. Now it's too cold. Has validated the authenticity of their identity as a sincere, genuine world religion. Though there are other religious sects that aren't given that same credence that make up a larger constituency of the population. Did you know that Jews from other movements have to convert to Orthodoxy to get married in Israel? Yeah, Israel has a lot of fucked up rules concerning like marriage between Jews and Jews having more rights than non-Jews and so on and so forth. Why do you think Israel has the birthright thing going on? That like all Jews across the world have the right to visit Israel on Israel's dime at least once? Do you think they do that to support Jews, or do you think they do that to bring Jews into the Zionist fold? That's some weird shit right there.
But Judaism is actually not a religion at all.
Oh.
Hear me out. The word religion in almost every dictionary is defined as the belief system in a god, deity, book, or prophet.
Well, no. A religion doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with a prophet, deity, god, or book. Religion usually, broadly speaking, concerns a set of superstitious or mystical beliefs which involve social rigor and ritual. And it has to do in some way with the metaphysical. That's pretty much, religion is very broad, and what gets counted as religion and what gets counted as personal superstition is a really fuzzy line, but I think most people can agree, like, we can have, like, religions without a deity. There are spiritualists, there are pagans who don't necessarily believe in a god. These things are authentically religion. There's mysticism as a concept, you know? This minor, like, conflation of definition is going to be important very soon. Wait, check out Gentlefish's message. Oh, Netanyahu failed to form his coalition as not the next Israeli prime minister? Oh, fuck yeah. Netanyahu, get out of here. Where's the dancing crab meme? Good. This doesn't really change anything that I said. Netanyahu was still the prime minister for a long time, and his views still stand largely uncontested in the upper echelon of conservative Zionists. But this is good. This is good news. Wow, this article came out today. Fuck yes. Get him out of here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the people who want to replace him are just as or even crazier. But we'll see. Huh?
Sophia says there's someone in a voice call who wants to potentially talk to you. Are you interested in bringing people on or no?
No.
Okay.
Unless they're important.
No, I don't. They're from somewhere.
Oh, well, yeah. Check with that, I think. Let's keep it going, huh?
Or commonly understood as the belief system.
Yes?
Students for justice in Palestine.
Oh, that's relevant. Maybe after this video.
Okay.
Why do people want to talk to me, honestly? What is wrong with people wanting to communicate with me on a public platform? Can we focus?
That spreads across borders and
Okay, hold on.
profit. Or commonly understood as the belief system that spreads across borders and across nations.
No, nothing about the definition of religion has anything to do with a belief system that necessarily has to cross borders or nations. What the fuck are they talking about? What? That has literally nothing to do with the definition of religion. That's a complete non sequitur. They might as well have said like, ah, yes, religion, you have to believe in a deity, and naturally when you stand, you have to stand on the balls of your feet rather than on the tiptoes. This is essential to the, like, it's a complete non sequitur.
Let's look at actual religions like Christianity,
Actual religions. This is an anti-Semitic fucking video, by the way.
Islam, Buddhism. If an individual does not believe in Jesus or in the Christian Bible, then that person is not a Christian. If an individual does not believe in Muhammad or in the Quran, then they are not a Muslim. And if an individual does not believe in Buddha or in his teachings, then they are not Buddhist.
This is not necessarily true. There are many interpretations and sects of all of these religions that allow for belief in the mystical and the spiritual, which adheres to their religious values, without necessarily believing in like the rigorously hegemonic values that are propagated by the institutional factors of that religion. Also, there is a difference between being religiously something and being culturally something, right? I am an agnostic atheist in that I don't believe in God and I don't believe we can have knowledge on the metaphysical, right? That's me. However, I'm culturally Christian. Yeah, absolutely I'm culturally Christian. Of course I am. We had Christmas in my house. We had the tree. I do the little advent calendar things just because I think it's cute. My values and my life are oriented in many ways around Christian culture. I am culturally Christian. I'm obviously not religiously Christian. There are many people out there who are culturally Muslim without being actually Muslim. There are many people who are culturally Jewish without actually believing in, what's his name, Yahweh? Whatever the fuck, however they call the fucking God, without believing in their God. There are plenty of these people. What this video is going to try to do is use the existence of cultural Jews to erase religiosity from Judaism's identity, and therefore to argue that the only relevant characteristic for Judaism is national identity, which makes Israel's position as the authentically Jewish, ethno-state a lot more legitimate conceptually.
The point is that if any individual rejects any religion's deity or considers themselves agnostic or atheist, then they, by the very definition of religion, are not a part of it.
Not a part of the religion, but might be culturally a part of the religion. That's valid.
Yet in Judaism, even if a Jew rejects the notion of God and the Torah, they may be atheists or agnostic, but they are still Jewish.
Yeah, that's because we as a culture are anti-Semitic. It's really that simple. The fact that we acknowledge, that we say oh, this person's religiously Christian, but people don't recognize that I'm culturally Christian, but people will say, oh, this person is religiously Jewish, oh, and this person's culturally Jewish, The fact that that divide exists specifically for Judaism and not for us is a reflection of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. When all the fucking Nazis do play the spooky music, and it's all dun 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 dun, and then it shows how all the fucking corporations and banks and media elites and moguls and actors and politicians and diplomats and stuff, how all of them are Jewish. Most of those people aren't religiously Jewish. They're culturally Jewish, as in they're part of a Jewish ethnicity, that they may in some way stem from the Ashkenazi Jewish ethnicity, but they don't personally believe, or other Jewish ethnicities, but they do not personally believe in the tenets of Judaism as a religion. The reason why we still consider these people Jewish is to play into, essentially, the Jewish question myth. That's the only reason why people still recognize this division. The only reason why we call people who are not religiously Jewish is because it plays into the idea that these people are a monolithic cultural religious entity that are trying to control culture from the top down. Because if we refer to Jews only as those who are religiously Jewish, the list of them who occupy positions of power across the world would dwindle substantially.
If we take a Christian, for example, from France, from China, from Argentina, from Cote d'Ivoire in Africa,
this is some cute art.
Then they all have the same belief system, but they are...
What? Whoa! Christianity is practiced extremely differently in all four of those places of the world. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Christianity in Sri Lanka would be nearly unrecognizable to a Christian in America. Even Christianity in fucking Mexico, our neighbor, would be unrecognizable to Christianity in America. There are huge differences. Think about the difference between Protestantism and fucking Catholicism. They're both Christians, but there are massive cultural differences between these two groups. This is a ridiculous point.
They are all definitely not the same people with the same culture or historical origin. Yet, when it comes to Jews, they may have been physically displaced around the world, but their identity, culture, history, and even genetics are all linked to one place and to one people.
Whoa! That's a Nazi argument! Listen again!
Yet, when it comes to Jews, they may have been physically displaced around the world, but their identity, culture, history, and even genetics are all linked to one place and to one people.
their identity, culture, and genetics are all linked to one people, this is a Nazi argument. Recognize anti-Semitism when it comes from Zionists, because they pull this shit. They got their fucking handbook from Mein Kampf, let me tell you. This is a laughably incorrect statement. The idea that there's like some kind of monolithic Jew from which all Judaism like descends is, and that they all are like the same genetically and they all practice their religion. This is a laughably fucking incorrect statement. This is phenomenally fucking stupid and anti-Semitic. It's disgusting to hear this being propagated as like pro-Jewish rhetoric.
Again, by the very definition of religion, one must believe in that religion's deity in order to be a part of it.
For one, no, that has not. Wait, please find me a dictionary where you could pull that sentence out of it. Religion, a set of like rigorous institutional beliefs concerning the existence of a metaphysical entity and rituals concerning the existence of that entity. Also, one must believe in that religion's deity in order to be a part of it. Please find me that passage. Again, yeah, you can be culturally Jewish or ethnically Jewish, but the only reason we recognize that distinction is because it propagates the anti-Semitic idea that these people are monolithic and that there aren't divides within their own community. That's what a Nazi would say, because a Nazi wants to paint them as a unilateral sort of monolithic threat that exists to white hegemony. Okay? And they're making the exact same argument here. I'm not anti-Semitic at all. I grew up with Jewish friends, and I've repped Jewish people quite a bit on this fucking stream. And the reason why I do that is because Jews are in the very unenviable position of being hated by a huge number of anti-Semites, and also being fucking coddled to and lied about by the people who are ostensibly trying to represent their rights, the Zionists. That's a really tough position to be in. If you're a Jew, you're either getting shit on by Nazis or you're getting shit on by Zionists, or both. There's no way out.
Yet that rule does not apply for Jews and their relationship with Judaism. There is no doubt that many Jews are religious and that the Jewish people's connection to a higher power.
I like how I said Jewish friends and everyone just went with that, ignored everything else. I'm on to you fucking guys. I see your shit.
Power and the Torah is an essential element of their identity. But it is important to realize the actual definitions of the words being used, since that is what the world understands when they hear Jews speak. The word religious describes an individual's relationship with something, whereas the word religion very specifically describes a belief system and not a people.
Let's go over that one more time, Chief.
To speak. The word religious describes an individual's relationship with something, whereas the word religion very specifically describes a belief system and not a people.
No. Religion and religious studies are usually not oriented specifically around the belief system, but rather the communities that practice it. I didn't major in religious studies or like theology, but I knew some pretty cool people in my university who did, and I promise you nobody thinks of it that way. That like Christianity as a oh yes, I study Christianity and the Christian people. Nobody says that. You study individual communities that represent at least some aspects of that religion, and you build out from there. Also, I like that we've caught him on his like anime Omoiwa Mo Shinderu, like teleports behind you before he kills you, the nothing personnel kid. Let me get some water. It's so warm in here. I guess it's getting to be summer.
It's warm because I don't have this door open.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
not too squally. What the fuck did I come out here for?
So if Judaism is not a religion, then what is it?
Whoa! So he just said, wait, he has completely failed to demonstrate his point here. So
Sorry.
I hate you.
This is sick.
He has completely failed to demonstrate this. So because some people are called Jewish, even though they don't believe in like the Torah or whatever, or the Quran, or whatever the fuck the Jewish holy book is, that makes Judaism not a religion? Again, this plays phenomenally phenomenally into the Nazi idea that Jews, it's not even a religious identity, it's just a monolithic type of people, an ethnicity, a genetic group that has a higher IQ and a predisposition towards undermining the values of its host nation, who collaborate with one another relentlessly, who cohabitate, who form enclaves, and who seditiously seek to undermine the governments of the countries that they're in to bring about their own interests and defeat the Goyim. Okay? This is a Nazi talking point. Nazism doesn't engage with Judaism as a religion. Nazism engages with Judaism as a people. And that right there is sort of the crux of the argument that is about to be made. That Judaism isn't a religion, it's a nationality, and therefore Israel is a holistic representation of Judaism's national identity, rather than being what it actually is, which is a single product, one that will hopefully be short-lasting, of Judaism's millennial history and the many offspring cultures that it has brought about.
Judaism is the portable suitcase of a native people's identity that was created upon their forceful displacement from their indigenous land called Judea. A suitcase that was built to preserve Judean culture, values, laws, ethics, history, tradition, language, aspirations, a connection to a higher power, their way of life, and the will to one day return and to liberate their homeland.
Okay, cool. So by being Jewish and being born to a Jewish family, or by identifying as a Jew, you are part of a millennia-long, conquest narrative where you must redeem the displaced Jew by conquering their homeland? What the fuck are you talking about? We can go over it again, please.
A suitcase that was built to preserve Judean culture.
Nope, there are Jewish people with different cultures, buddy. There are even different sects of ethnic Judaism that have vastly different cultures in spite of all being authentically religious. Values? Nope. And I know that for a fact because Zionists tend to be pretty fucking fashy, and I know a lot of left-leaning Jews. So are they not authentically Jewish? That's probably what you would actually argue, huh?
Laws.
Nope. Absolutely not. The law, what the fuck does law have to do with Judaism? Yeah, there are the religious laws that are passed down, but generally speaking, Jews obey the laws of the country that they were born into. Do you think that there are Jewish lawyers here in America that are secretly they learn the American law, but afterwards they learn the true Jewish law, which they will use to influence their casing and sentence the Goyim to higher sentences? Ethics? Again,
History.
Nope. History? Nope. There are Jewish groups of different ethnic identities and people with different individual histories, people who have converted, people who have been treated comparatively well by their host nations. There are so many different Jewish histories. To suggest that all Jewish history is tied together into this one single narrative is the height of anti-Semitism.
Tradition.
Nope.
Language.
Certainly fucking not. What? Wait, what? Yiddish? That's it? That's what Judaism is? It's carrying Yiddish around? I'm pretty sure most Jews don't fucking know Yiddish, okay? I don't know. What, is kvetching a Yiddish word, to complain? That's all I know, okay? And it's mostly because Nazis use that to make jokes about how Jewish people complain, so I probably shouldn't know that either.
Aspiration.
Well, aspirations. You realize what this video is saying right now, right? That to be Jewish means you have a certain set of aspirations, that you have a genetic cultural fucking obligation to have a particular set of life goals, which probably in this case are returning to Judea and forming the nation state of Israel. Do you have any fucking idea how creepy fucking Nazi shit this is? What kind of weird race realism ethno state fucking Evo psych shit this is? This is fucking weird, dude. They all have the same aspirations. This is literally the hive mind Jew right here.
A connection to a higher power.
Nope, as you just established right fucking earlier, there are cultural Jews who do not believe in Judaism, or at least not in its religious tenets.
Their way of life.
No.
And the will to one day return and to liberate their homeland.
Yeah, the will to one day return and liberate their homeland. So we take Yiddish is a pidgin, not a language. I don't give a fuck. Why? I don't give a fuck about Jewish history or Christian history or Muslim. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't need to be right on the exact history of Judaism to know that every point that is being made here is incredibly fucking wrong and anti-Semitic. So yeah, all Jews, according to this video, it's not a religion. All Jews, Judaism defines a united cultural hive mind of returning to Judea and your personal aspiration is to reclaim the Jewish homeland. Okay, buddy.
Although today the descendants of Judea are usually referred to as Jews, this same ancient people have also been called Hebrews or Israelites. Well, let's go more into detail. The almost 4,000-year-old nation of Israel is made up of 12 tribes.
The nation of Israel is not 4,000 years old. Fuck you. It was established back in the 50s by the UN, right? Or was it early 60s? They do this shit. This is like weird ethno-state. By the way, you realize again, this is fascism. One of the central tenets of fascism, and the Nazis love to do this with the Aryan Vikings, is to idealize and build a nation around the imagined memory of an ancestral like Uber people. You know, in this case, the original Israelites. Where? Yeah. Declared in 1948. Okay, so late 40s. Yeah, the Kingdom of Israel and the State of Israel are not the same thing. The State of Israel is a nation state which was formed with the help of the UN in America in the late 40s after World War II. The nation of Israel, in like a broader historical sense, refers to a very disparate and historically complex set of peoples and values and historical events.
Both sides of my family. Back in the day, the tribe of Judah decided to break off from the rest of Israel. This split forced the creation of two kingdoms, the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judea.
I don't care.
Eventually, the Kingdom of Judea renamed the land
Or a monolith that have a shared fucking genetic cultural identity, which demands that they all return to their to the homeland of Judea and set up their own like ethnic. This is again, Nazi rhetoric and fascist rhetoric in general is the idea that, like, conceptually, people have racially or culturally motivated interests that are baked into their blood. That the Jewish man will always try to undermine the host nation to destroy the Goyim. The black and brown man, like low IQ savages, will try to spread into the first world to rape and pillage and loot and leech off welfare systems. And that the white man will, by their own nature, gloriously pursue culture and the enlightenment of society until they're, in some cases, consumed by the degenerate outsider. This is a very Nazi way of thinking because it paints people's individual aspirations and political alignments solely in line with their ethnicity, their history, and their bloodline. This is precisely the argument that is being made here. Yeah, from what I understand, the Nazis wanted to turn Jewishness from a mere belief system into an indelible trait that an individual could not alter to avoid persecution. Do you think these sort of tribalistic arguments in favor of a cohesive Judaic community unwittingly affirm this persecutory tactic instituted by the Nazis? Diminutive scholar, yes, and spot on, absolutely. And again, Zionists have played into Nazi rhetoric all the time when it comes to founding the legitimacy of their nation state. It's disgusting.
Around 2,000 years ago, the Roman Empire was spreading across Europe and Asia, and the Judeans living in Judea refused to submit to their foreign rule. Due to the rebellious nature of the Judeans,
the rebellious nature of the Judeans. Okay.
The Roman Empire destroyed their country and expelled the vast majority of Jews by importing them to Rome on slave ships. In fact, the Colosseum of Rome was built by Jewish slaves.
I don't know. I just want to see if he's lying. So this is from Jewish Gen. This, a historical background of Italian Jewry. I don't know how I feel about this website, guys. So this is the architect of the Colosseum. The Colosseum is situated just east. Construction began under Emperor Vespasian in AD 72 and completed in AD 80. Wow, only 8 years to build the Colosseum? God damn. Rome-wise. Okay, this doesn't look like a Zionist website. The Colosseum was built in under 10 years, mostly by Jewish slaves. Jewish prisoners of war brought back about 100,000 Jewish slaves. Okay, well, according to this seems legit. I mean, I don't doubt it. Like, the Jews got fucked over all the time. I was just curious.
And many of the gladiators that fought for Roman entertainment were Judean warriors that had been captured by the Roman Empire.
Cool.
Eventually, Jews bought their own freedom in what is today Italy, and were yet again forced to leave. This caused for two diasporic groups to be formed. One group left to Sepharad, which was the name of Spain, and the other group left to Ashkenaz, which was the region of Germany.
This seems oversimplified, but I still don't know what this has to do with the central, completely incorrect premise that Jews are like a monolithic. Here, I'm going to speed it up a little bit. If he's just going to go into a bunch of like hyper, super simplistic historical shit that I don't give a fuck about, let's speed this up a little.
This is where Sephardi and Ashkenazi Jewish history begins. After the Spanish Inquisition, Sephardic Jews were forced out of Spain to North Africa, and with the rise of anti-Semitism in Europe, Ashkenazi Jews began moving east to places like Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Russia. This is why there are Jewish communities in all of those places. It was not a religion that crossed borders onto these peoples. It was a people that were physically forced to cross borders because they were being persecuted due to their Jewish identity.
Yeah. That doesn't mean it's not a religion. The exact same things happened to Christians in Rome. What? Yeah.
It is scientifically and historically incorrect to view Ashkenazi Jews as Europeans, or
Whoa! Slow down on that one, buddy.
persecuted due to their Jewish identity. It is scientifically and historically incorrect to view Ashkenazi Jews as Europeans.
Okay. Well, by my definition of European, if you're born in Europe or naturalized as a European citizen of any European country, you're a European. I don't know if this guy thinks that European means you have to have like a bloodline or whatever. I don't know. This just I can read this. What if we tried saying it in an accent? Okay, wait.
To their Jewish identity. It is scientifically and historically incorrect to view Ashkenazi Jews as Europeans.
Hold on. Now this is the... What did he say specifically?
Or to see and historically incorrect to view Ashkenazi Jews as Europeans.
Okay, good. I have no idea how to spell Ashkenazi. Shh, 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 shh. All right. Watch this, okay? Watch me expertly destroy this point with facts and logic, okay? Es ist historisch und wissenschaftlich falsch, Ashkenazisch Juden als Europäer zu betrachten. There we go. So as I have expertly demonstrated, this is a Nazi talking point, okay? Expertly demonstrated. I hope you all appreciated those facts and logic. That was horrible pronunciation, but okay. Yeah, it's almost like I'm an American who speaks English only.
Due to their Jewish identity. It is scientifically and historically incorrect
One more
to view
time.
Ashkenazi Jews as Europeans, or to see Sephardi Jews as North Africans. Jews were never considered white or European in Europe, and Jews...
Well, a lot of Jews are considered white today. I don't know where you've been. I consider a lot of Jews here in America. Is Adam Sandler not white? Or is he not actually Jewish? Where are we right now? What about the superior Adam Sandler? Andy Samberg. I like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Is he white? Looks pretty white. He's so cute. Andy Samberg is so cute. What a fucking dork. I love him.
Jews were treated unequally as dhimmis in North Africa and the Middle East. My personal family on my father's side was massacred in Poland during the Holocaust for being Jewish and not Polish nor part of the Aryan race. And my family on my mother's side...
So you're gonna in response to the Holocaust, you're going to frame the existence of Jews in the exact same light that the Nazis used to frame Jews for the Holocaust, that there's some indivisible ethnic identity with inherent aspirations and self-motivations tied to their Jewish identity. So, like, what is this? Like, he's literally saying, like, and the Jews massacred my family for being this, this, and this, which is why I say they're still those things. Like, whoa.
Were massacred in Oujda, Morocco for being Jewish and not Moroccan nor Arab.
Yeah, people treat Jews like shit. It fucking sucks. Stop doing it yourself. Fuck.
Understand this, the word Ashkenazi or Sephardi is not an adjective that describes the origin of any Jew, but a word that portrays the experience that some Jewish ancestors had post-colonizations of their land.
No. Their ethnic identities, right? It's like an ethnic and cultural thing. This is pretty well... What? What the fuck are you talking about? Ashkenazi doesn't refer to an ethnicity or to a cultural alignment, but rather to like a historical... This is just some like nation, like some glorious conquest of nations. Like every people in fucking Civ 5 all have their own, like, oh, you're Indian, you have these stats, you know? These are the stats that you have, and you have a natural right to... Like, this is just a very dehumanizing way of looking at human beings. And I'm going to hit you all with a hot take right now. Jews are human beings, and I want for them the exact same that I want for everyone else, every other religious identity. Okay? I want to obliterate religion, and I want to preserve them and to keep them as happy and healthy and culturally diverse as possible, as long as their cultural diversity doesn't get in the way of things that I consider to be human rights. Do you think if Israel conquered Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Kuwait, and Jordan, the U.S. would intervene? Yeah, Sadabra, the U.S. would intervene on day one by helping them do the conquering, unquestionably. This is it's just very frustrating for me, you know? There are just so many lies people tell about Jews, and the worst thing is I really like Judaism as a culture. There are intellectual traditions for Judaism, like, say, for example, leftism, that I think are like really fucking rad. There are like comedic traditions. Jewish comedy, I think, is really fucking funny. It doesn't have anything to do with religion. It stems from cultural elements of like perpetual persecution, but I think it's really fucking funny. That's why there are so many Jewish comedians. They're funny people. Not genetically, but as a product of their experiences. I like Jews and the existence of Jewish people, at least culturally, if not for the religion. But Zionists don't. Zionists don't give a fuck about Jewish culture. Zionists don't give a fuck about the Jewish religion. Zionists don't give a fuck about Jewish comedy or Jewish intellectualism or Jewish sociology. Zionists care about the formation of a fascist ethno-state called Israel. That's it. And it doesn't matter what they have to do to Jews to get it. Whether that be Holocaust revisionism, whether it be calling Jews outside of Israel lost Jews who are traitors to their people, whether it be making propaganda videos saying that all Jewish people have a bloodline motivation to reform the nation state of Judea. Do you think criticism of Israel and or being anti-Israel on the left might provide a shroud for Nazis to hide behind? I worry that could happen, but it shouldn't stop criticism of Israel. I don't think so. I've seen a lot of Nazis try to hide anti-Semitism behind criticizing Israel, and it's pretty obvious that they're Nazis. I've never seen a Nazi like criticize Israel in a way that was like, how do they feel about this? It's pretty easy to criticize Israel without coming off anti-Semitic. I'm pretty sure I'm doing it right now. But then again, I did get banned off Twitch.
Even when we look at Ashkenazi Jewish DNA, it is actually...
Oh boy, oh jeez. Oh god, he brought up the DNA. Oh boy.
More closely related to Arabs in the Middle East than it is to white Europeans. Makes sense, since the Arabs and Jews are Semitic peoples that originate from the Middle East. Jews are from Judea, and Judaism is a preservation tool.
Do I really need to explain how talking about the Jewish DNA is bad?
Even the word Judaism itself is never mentioned in the Torah. because Jews were a people and there was no need to create something that would preserve or spread Judean identity. However,
What the fuck is he talking about? This has nothing to do with with it not being a religion. What the fuck is he talking about?
when the Romans expelled the Judeans, they needed to create something that would preserve who they were. This is how Judaism was born. After a few generations,
Judaism was born when the Romans expelled the Jews? What? I'm sorry, I'm not very historically literate. Can I get some affirmation in chat that Judaism as a concept existed before they were expelled by the fucking Romans?
and due to the fact that Jews are such a small population, it became hard for others around the world to understand who or what the Jewish people really were. And since other nations had religions, most confused Jewish identity and the preservation of their culture as a religion. And even worse, many Jews themselves began seeing their true identity and culture as a religion secondary to their physical birthplace's identity.
Physical birthplace's identity. Oh, yeah, I know you have your bar mitzvahs and you read the Torah and stuff, and you didn't realize, little fucking, I don't know, what's the Jewish name? Andy? You didn't realize that actually this religion is a falsity brought about by the Judean people's desire to protect their culture, and in reality, you have a bloodline right that you're trying to ignore to... I don't even like this is just Nazi science right here. This is just the idea that people of different ethnicities and different like DNA archetypes have inherently different values and roles in the world and will always try to fight for the supremacy of their group. That Jews in Europe are not Europeans, that Jews in Africa are not Africans, that Jews are themselves Jews. And hey, if I was a Nazi, this video would be affirming everything I believe. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Judaism as a religion, because I know if a Jewish person, if a member of the Jewry stopped being religious, they would still be a part of the degenerate Jewish bloodline. This would affirm everything that I believe.
If the world understands religion as a belief system and not people's, why are some Jews so attached to still calling Judaism a religion?
Because it meets every definition of a religion. The belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. Judaism ticks that box. A particular system of faith and worship. Judaism ticks that box. A pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. Judaism ticks that box. Judaism fits every definition of a religion, like effortlessly, hands down. There is no misconception here. Yeah, I use Google. Y'all want to find me a definition of religion that Judaism doesn't fit?
It is an English word that means something very specific to the world, and not at all the representation of what Judaism actually is. Religions do not have rights to land. People do. And if Judaism is a religion, then the Jewish people have no legitimate claim to Israel.
And here we get to the point. Judaism is a hybrid of ethnicity and religion. It's not purely religion, though. I've said this multiple times, that you can be ethnically Jewish or religiously Jewish, and the only reason people consider ethnically Jewish people to still be Jewish is because they're following through on this Nazi line of thinking where bloodline ties into the otherwise expressly religious identity. Now we get to the heart of things.
The world, and not at all the representation of what Judaism actually is. Religions do not have rights to land. People do.
No. Nobody has a right to land, fucker. Now we get to the Zionism. Now that they've built up the premise that Jews have an intrinsic bloodline aspiration to reclaiming their homeland, that there is no religion, that Jews in Europe are not Europeans, that Jews in the Arab world are not Arabs, that only Jews can only ever be a part of Judea. Now that we have reinforced every single Nazi talking point that has ever been made, the only difference, the only thing that kept them out is they weren't saying the fucking K slur. But if you reframed this video slightly, made it a little bit more antagonistic, and talked about it in a them rather than we context, this would be a Jewish question video. This would be a video on the Jewish question, that Jewish people do not consider themselves constituent members of the nation states they find themselves within, that their religion isn't even an important part of their identity, that rather they have a cohesive hive mind group identity, which ascribes them a sense of otherness and self-perpetuation at the expense of their host nation. This would be a video on the Jewish question in any other context.
And if Judaism is a religion, then the Jewish people have no legitimate claim to Israel.
Correct.
Let's look at other native peoples from around the world that have existed for thousands of years. For example, the First Nations of North America, commonly referred to as Native Americans or Native Canadians. This people is made up of many tribes, and each have a fundamental connection to
Is that what the Canadian tribes look like?
a very specific piece of land. Although each tribe has their own set of deities and spirits, the First Nations are not considered a religion. They are a people.
Yeah, because the First Nations refers to a massive group of people with a wide set of beliefs that are wildly disparate between different tribes and even different time periods across different tribes. But when we refer to them, we don't refer to them expressly as a religion, because to do so would be to paint a broad brush over the many religious beliefs that they have disparate between their different groups. It makes more sense to describe them as an ethnicity. And I agree, by the way, that Judaism is constituent to an ethnicity. But that does not mean that Judaism is not a religion, because Native Americans also have religions.
Furthermore, their identity as a people is not exclusively dependent on an individual's belief in such deities or spirits.
Yeah, again, Judaism can refer to an ethnicity and to a religion at the same time. Jesus Christ. And the only reason it does is because of this fucking Nazi shit. I don't consider fucking Andy Samberg to be Jewish. I don't think of him that way. I just think of him as a fucking white guy. Maybe he has like a 20% larger nose. Is that what it takes? I'm pretty sure he doesn't practice religion. I'm pretty sure he's culturally religious. And so maybe he had a bar mitzvah. I have Christmas, but nobody calls me culturally Christian. I do Christmas. Nobody calls me culturally Christian, because nobody makes up some dumb shit lies about how Christians were expelled from Rome, and that means that Christianity refers not to a religion, but actually as a disparate group of people with a distinct set of aspirations, goals, laws, culture, and value that wander the earth to try and find their homeland. Nobody says this, because nobody ascribes this stupid fucking right of nations, neo-Nazi racial identity bullshit to Christians. They do it to Jews.
What I mean by this is, if a Native American individual were to reject his or her belief in their culture's deity, should he or she no longer be considered a Native American?
No, they would still be Native American. Just like with Jews, but only because of the shit I just said.
Does he or she no longer have a history, a culture, a language, a connection to a land, or an identity?
No, you can have all of those things and just not believe in the religious values. That doesn't mean that people who do believe in the religion aren't themselves religious. This is a massive fucking non sequitur.
The answer is that they clearly do, since being a Native American is being the descendant of a people and not part of a religion that spreads across borders and nations.
Well, it's a good thing being a Native American, A, has more to it than being Jewish. I'm sorry, it does. Fuck you. And for two, you can have a religion that has an ethnic component. You can be religiously Jewish without being ethnically Jewish, and you can be ethnically Jewish without being religiously Jewish. Totally possible.
What is interesting of indigeneity is that it is based on a collective people and not on an individual's past. The point of this video is for non-Jews to understand who the Jewish people, Am Yisrael, really are, and for Jews to begin a decolonization process and undoing the injustices that were committed against us by invader nations. To my fellow Jews, how are we to expect that the world consider Israel as the home of the Jewish people if we ourselves in the
It's not.
diaspora do not call it home? If we ourselves do not understand who we are, and if we cannot communicate or project our own narrative to the rest of the world?
Your narrative? Yeah, the Jewish narrative, buddy? Yeah, like what? Being ethnically disparate, undermining host nations? What Nazi shit do you want to reinforce, buddy? Tell us about your narrative.
Again, Judaism is not a religion, but the portable suitcase of a native people's identity that was created upon their forceful displacement from their indigenous land called Judea. I am a Hebrew, I am an Israelite, I am a Jew, I am an Israeli. I am all of those things because they are the same. I'm Rudy Rockman, and you're watching.
Do you hear that? I am a Jew, I am an Israeli. I am all of these things because they are the same. How obvious can your intentions be made with a video like this? How disgusting, how unethical, how fucking degenerate, how fascist, how Nazi. You disgusting piece of shit. This person is subhuman, not because he is Jewish, but because he is the worst kind of Zionist and the worst kind of anti-Semite. And I hope every Jew in my community, whether you be ethnically or religiously Jewish, recognize what a threat pieces of shit like this pose to the legitimacy of Judaism and the health and happiness of Jewish people down the line. Because you know what's going to happen? One day, Israel is going to collapse. And Jews, the conservative far-right fucking Zionists, aren't going to have a nation state to hide behind with American support anymore. And when that day comes, do you, the Jewish people of America and the rest of the world, want to be known as you are, as a beautiful, diverse group of people with a phenomenal, fascinating, intellectual, comedic, and a bunch of other traditions I'm not even educated on, who have your own aspirations, your own goals, who can believe in whatever you want to believe and be a part of whatever nation you want to be a part of? Or would you rather be known as how this guy wants you to be known as an ethnically disparate group of outsiders who can never truly integrate into their host nations, who have a genetic predisposition towards certain behaviors, certain traits, certain values, and certain laws? What do you want to be known as? What do you think will what do you think is going to perpetuate your health? What do you think is going to perpetuate your survival into the future, okay? Tell me. Disgusting. So, who are these people who want to talk to me? Can somebody in chat fill me in? Apparently there are some people who want to talk to me. Like, hold on. Let me go over donations. Kyle Curia, thank you so much for the $2. And John, thank you for the $2. Here's some money for when you get removed from YouTube for speaking the truth about the fascist ethno-state that is Israel. Good luck, comrade. Wish me luck. Clergyman with the £1.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Magical Fruit Basket wants to talk to you about something? What? No, fuck them. Hallelujah with the $2. Bruh, please use a dark mode plugin for your browser. Love you anyhow. Fuck off. Cercio with the $20. Ah, Cercio, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Since Sockdems still support capitalism, are the liberals? If so, do Sockdems get the bullet too? I mean, I've kind of gotten rid of the get the bullet rhetoric personally, just for optics reasons. No, Sockdems can be valuable in the fight against fascists, but they need to be educated for when the time comes. Alexi Time with the $10. Judaism has master race, eugenics, and genocide, but it is anti-Semitic to point out that this is fundamentally what the OG Nazis believed, and I'm referring to the belief, not the ethnic group. Yeah, you would be referring to Zionism then, Alexi Time, not to Judaism. Magical Fruit Basket deserves to be talked to, Vosh. You said he would? Doesn't Magical Fruit Basket just want to talk about me smushing bugs? No. This is so irrelevant. Brad with the £2. Please read my last super chat. Brad, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm reading all of the super chats in order. If this site isn't cataloging all of them, then that really does suck. But I'm afraid I don't see any prior super chat from you. You can type out in chat what you said, though, and I'll try to read it. Thank you for the £2. And for whatever your previous donation was. I'm sorry for my failure as a streamer. Tyler Racino with the $2. Brand new viewer. Love your videos. Keep it up. I'll try. Thank you. And Brad with the £2. Thought of debating Gary Edwards. My last chat. I'm afraid I don't know who Gary Edwards is. A Canadian retired professional ice hockey goaltender? That's probably not right. I don't know who Gary Edwards is. Yeah?
Just by the way, the person who wanted to talk to you about this specific topic is not Magical Fruits Basket. It is Monty Python, and they are in voice screen users.
But who are they?
There's somebody from an organization in Palestine.
Oh, shit. Okay. Give me like 2 minutes.
Comrade Sophia said it in Vanguard chat, so just look.
Well, I will in a moment.
I'm just saying for the next one.
Cadence with the $5. You don't even have to believe in God to be a religious Jew. You just have to be Jewish and adhere to the covenant. There are documented records of agnostic rabbis. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Look, religion is super fucking complicated. You can't really paint it with a broad brush, which is why I never made the statement that religious thought doesn't actually exist and no one is actually religious. I would never say something as anti-intellectual as that. Spooky Scary Socialist with the £1. Thank you. Dusty the Angel with the $1. Pig Puncher is on the Weeb kill stream. It might have chilled down a bit now, but God, it's painful. What's the name of the Weeb kill stream? I've never heard of that. Daniel with the $21.53. That's so much. Just a little present from the Czech Republic. You know, that small place in Century. I know what the fucking Czech Republic is. And now I will just patiently wait for your inevitable debate with Destiny. My inevitable, 50th debate with Destiny. Danielle, thank you very much for the 2153, comrade. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly generous of you. Alexi Time with the $10. I'm having deja vu back to race realism arguments. No human being is inherently better or special by birth. Agreed. We're all born equal. I love you, buddy. Thank you. Addy with the $10. I send you the email. If you get banned, I'll follow you anywhere, comrade. Down with nationalism. Yeah, I believe I saw your email. I'm just a little bit slow to respond, comrade. Thank you so much for the support. I don't think I'll get banned off YouTube for this or anything. I mean, everything that I'm saying, nothing that I'm saying right now is intolerant or hateful. And non-authority with the $5. All right, Vosh. Which is more nerdy? Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons? Probably Dungeons and Dragons, but there's nothing wrong with being a nerd, okay? I'm all about that shit. I'm all about that shit. And Josh with the Tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. That's awfully kind of you. I believe I just got a... another as well. And Tweenleaf with the Tier 2 subscription. Love your content. I wish more leftists did content like yours. Me too, comrade. Except then if they did, that would take away from my market share. So I have an economic interest in preventing that from taking place. What are you going to do? Okay. Let me... I think Dungeons and Dragons is certainly a fuckload cooler than Magic the Gathering. I'll certainly say that. Let me... Wait, so Stone Zebra wants to argue about me being bigoted towards incels. Okay, here's my fucking plan, okay? I'm going to see what's up with this Palestinian rights organization, because that sounds dope as fuck. And then I'm going to maybe talk to Zebra. Non-authority, that is a possibility. Comrade Mouse, the $1. What race and class is your ideal D&D character? I don't care about race, but I like playing a paladin. Though I do prefer DMing to anything else. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Yes. Let's do it. A lot of donations right now. Comrade?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. And there we go. Now I should sound a lot better.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, for some reason, Discord defaults to my laptop microphone rather than my nice professional one. Well, semi-professional. Hey, comrade. So in your opinion, give me the hot shit, okay? Did I say anything anti-Semitic over the past hour?
No, you steered right along the line of anti-Semitism as Zionists will always tell you. But no, I thought that was really good. Like going through the video, I think that it's a quick thing. So I'm a student organizer with Students for Justice in Palestine. So we're primarily a U.S.-based organization that's like on college campuses and stuff that advocate rights for Palestinians.
Can I make, before we continue, can I make a suggestion to you very quickly?
Yeah, what's up?
Go down into the user settings gear wheel on the bottom left of Discord, and in the voice and video settings, go to voice activity for your input mode, and then turn off automatic detection and turn the slider all the way to the left. That way there won't be any mic cutouts because your microphone will always be live.
Okay, sorry, automatically determine input set. So
yeah, you want to turn that off, and then the slider for what decibel level activates voice transmission, you want to turn that all the way to the left. This will make your mic permanently active, which will make it easier to hear you.
Do I sound better?
You do. No more cutting out.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that tip. I have literally never used Discord.
Happy to have you here,
from,
comrade.
Like, a couple other times. Yeah, so I guess I'll just do the thing real quick again. So I'm a student with Students for Justice in Palestine, a somewhat national organization in the United States that advocates for Palestinian rights. So we are like demonized a lot on college campuses, which I guess can go on to that topic of like free speech on college campuses. It's like surprise left wingers are suppressed more. But so I guess the reason why I wanted to hop in real quick, and I have to leave soon, but this thing that you were talking about with like Zionists propagating like anti-Semitic shit all the time. It was actually really interesting because a couple weeks ago we had Ellie Valley come to our college to speak. I'm not sure if you know who Ellie
Which
Valley is. He's
university
on Twitter a lot.
specifically are you referring to?
Stanford.
Okay, a good one. Please continue.
Yeah. So you can look it up if you want and put it on stream or just watch it on your own. I would suggest it. I thought it was a really good talk. It's called, if you just Google Ellie Valley at Stanford, you'll find it. But Ellie Valley is a cartoonist. I'm not sure like how online, or I mean that's what you do. You're
I
very
am very online. I'm
Um,
familiar both with Valley and with your organization.
Sick. Yeah. So he came to speak, and there was a pretty heavy backlash, like from the Jewish community, because the Jewish community has the Jewish community at Stanford has a particular character.
Yeah, I think I
And
know what
very
kind.
much, yeah, and just like wealthy folks, like Sheldon Adelson's grandson goes here. So yeah, I mean, you can imagine, like it's just like wealthy people and like shit like that. But anyway, so there are like Jews here who are and I'm not Jewish myself who are anti-Zionist, and they're very much I guess like ostracized and put aside um, when it comes to talking about Israel. It actually, I'm not sure if this is like a national thing, but so Hillel is like a national like organization that's on college campuses, and they have a policy where you as an organization are not allowed to um, like participate in Hillel stuff on an organizational basis
Hmm.
if you're pro BDS. I'm not sure if you're familiar with BDS.
I am not. Also, to confirm, the name of
Okay.
the video is Drawing the Dystopia, Ellie Valley at Stanford.
Yep. Yep.
Delightful.
Yeah, actually, if you want to take note of this, there's actually a really sweet point at about 33 minutes in where he talks about actually like Zionist propaganda that was trying to dehumanize the diasporic Jew who didn't want to go to Israel and like portray the Zionist as like the new Jewish man who like goes and works in the fields and is like strong, masculine, all that good stuff.
And other
So
deeply fascist rhetoric.
yeah, all that good stuff. Yeah, so that's at around the 33-minute mark if you're interested. But the whole talk is really great. So would suggest. Anyway, so BDS is the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement. So basically, Palestinian civil society has like asked the international community to engage in a movement very similar to apartheid South. What the international community did to stop apartheid South Africa. So boycott Israeli products, divest from companies that profit from the occupation. So like Caterpillar, they're like bulldozers and shit that they're used to demolish Palestinian homes and communities in the West Bank that Israel Zionists call Judea and Samaria
Yeah.
to erase the West Bank and Palestine. And sanction the state of Israel to, I guess, pursue the goal of a Palestinian state. So I guess like SJP doesn't really take a huge stance on like one state or two state, and I think that like a lot of people will, drop their hot takes on how what should go on moving forward after like Palestinians actually have a seat at the table. But yeah, I guess like more than anything, I just wanted to like drop this like Ellie Valley thing, and maybe if you wanted to explore that a little more and talking about Israel. I'm not sure like what like how you want to take this conversation or this stream. and what direction you want to take that.
Well, I think the next thing after speaking to you was I was going to yell at an incel, and then I was going to yell at a vegan. So I don't know if we're keeping
Oh,
very thematically consistent in this stream in particular, but I'm always looking
hell
for
yeah.
opportunities to bolster my understanding of Zionist fascism. I'm definitely going to look over the Ellie Valley presentation that you have provided me here and see if I can use it to supplement my arguments. I care very, very, very deeply about the not only the Palestinian people, but about all of the Jewish people whose authentic identities are being undermined in like the fascist drive to dehumanize Palestine. And I really feel like getting Israel out of the Middle East would be better for everybody, including the Jew. But
Hey, that's anti-Semitic, man.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's crazy actually, because like I mean, so um, there are these organizations called like Israel on Campus or like Camera on Campus, and like all these like college organizations that are trying to, I guess, like counter the push for BDS on college campuses. Um, like a lot of like student government organizations have like passed it as a resolution, but no colleges in the United States have actually like financially divested.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, a large, God, I always fucking forget. Basically, that this like large church just divested like a year or two ago from Israeli apartheid, which is really sick. And at like I guess like it's really cool because they have created a model moving forward for how colleges and universities can divest. I mean, aside from the fact that like we did it in South Africa. But yeah, I guess like I would highly suggest looking into the BDS movement, because I think that in give the geopolitics of Israel and the United States alliance with Israel works, it's like really difficult to imagine like what the fuck you're supposed to do. But I think that like the suppression of the BDS movement shows that that like Zionists, like Israel in itself, is afraid of the movement. Like actually a lot, and it's really fucked up actually, because a lot of states have put out laws like anti-BDS laws.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's like 27 states at this point, and I'm originally from Florida, but I go to school in California.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, our fucking governor Ron DeSantis, he just went to Israel. I mean, he went to the occupied Palestinian territories at this university on a settlement, Ariel University, and was like giving a speech about how like BDS has no place in the United States and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it's fucked up, and I mean Florida like home to a lot of Zionist communities, and that in itself is pretty weird, because it's like I mean I remember during the 2018 gubernatorial debate, Andrew Gillum, who was running as a Democrat against Ron DeSantis, he got smeared because he was working with this organization called Dream Defenders on like something completely unrelated to Palestine, and then one of Ron DeSantis' guys was like, "Oh, this guy worked with Dream Defenders, and they're anti-Semitic," and so then all of a sudden, like the next debate became like a dick measuring contest for who's like more pro-Israel, and like Andrew Gillum was like pretty pro-Israel. He
As
like
one does,
went on
right?
a mission trip to Israel and shit.
There.
Yeah, I don't know. So I think that like if you wanted to like have a conversation about this later, I think like BDS and the politics of BDS in the United States, it would be a really good conversation to have, just because of like the hypocrisy of like censoring like free speech, like the way that like people are talking about like boycotting Georgia for this anti-abortion law, and it's like that's chill, but you can't boycott another country like.
Well, yeah, of course. And we can go, and there's so much to talk about here with Ilhan Omar's
sure.
comments and the way she's been maligned, and AIPAC, and all of the weird ways in which America like stands Israel in a really weird, disingenuous way. Whatever the case may
Yeah.
be, it's a conversation I'm interested in having in the future, but I will need to prepare for it more. So I think that right now I'm going to yell at an incel.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you wanted to like have a conversation with or like have someone else on the conversation, I'd love to be there. But also, I'm sure a lot of other people would as well.
Yeah, but not all those people are super fucking cool like you.
Do my best. Do my best.
I love you, buddy. I appreciate you coming on to speak with me.
Thank you. And I obviously like I'm a listener, but I appreciate like the work that you do. I think it's very important to like be engaging with like online communities because I think that like just the way that gamers and folks like that are so disaffected, it's like if you don't tell them the good word of socialism, then they're gonna hear something else.
I'm doing my best, okay? I'm trying to present it in the most palatable, imaginable way.
I think you do a good job.
Let's see how well I do with the incels. I appreciate you
All right,
coming
have
on,
fun, man.
comrade.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Bye.
What a kind and pleasant fellow. I see my YouTube chat is aggressively criticizing me for my anti-Semitism. If anyone is interested at some point in bringing together like a cogent argument to explain to me how my rhetoric is anti-Semitic, I would be interested in hearing it. There's nothing that worries me more than the idea of my rhetoric being used as like an enabler for fascism. That's not my interest, okay? I think that Zionists do far more damage to the Jewish community than than basically any group of people except for Nazis. Whatever the case may be. All right. Hey, Zebra, Base Zebra, you're still in chat, right? Don't I have an incel bias, an anti-incel bias you want to call me out on? Let me see. They were going off for most of the stream, so I think they're still here. I'm ready to learn. Because I think my stream yesterday... Magical Fruit Basket, you're up next, so get ready, okay? I want to hear your best arguments. Is Zebra still here? Somebody in my Vosh.gg cat. Can you all poke Zebra? I'm going to do my best here, okay? Yeah, Stone Zebra. Stone Zebra. Oh, everyone's poking. Yeah, that's some poking. If they're not here, if Stone Zebra is not here, then Magical Fruit Basket, that means you're up. I don't see Stone Zebra. Magical Fruit Basket. You should probably get into the, come here to speak with... Oh, you already are. Let's do it. Magical Fruit Basket.
All right. Hello.
I'm ready. I'm ready to get dunked on.
First time on the stream.
Don't be nervous.
Amazing. This is... I hope I'm not too sleepy for this. Jesus Christ.
You said some really mean stuff about me in chat, you know?
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
It hurts my feelings.
I am thoroughly sorry for hurting your feelings.
All right. Thank you. That's
the
all
thing
I
is, to ask is when you've been defining your support of veganism heavily. I mean, even though mostly I'm not even vegan yet. I just mostly support the idea of animal rights.
Yeah,
so,
me too. I think I'm pretty aggressively pro animal rights for the most part.
Yeah, so I'm not ever criticizing anybody for being pro super vegan. But by the way, I'm trying to actually go into veganism. I have this method that instead of how most people do it, this stupid thing where people are either pretending they're either not vegan or they're all the way vegan, and then they get bored after like one day, and then they just stop, and then they just go back to eating pizza. So ideally, the better alternative that I found is that ideally you should cut more and more meats out of my diet, and then that way you can have a sense of progress as you're going vegan. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, ideally I wouldn't force it anyone, but here's the thing that I wanted to ask. Said in the previous conversation that you are pro animal rights.
Mhm.
Where is the animal? What kind of animals are excluded from that equation, and for what reasons?
I think that the degree to which we should assign rights to living creatures is proportional to the degree to which they are capable of experiencing well being. So, for example, I would argue that a dog or a dolphin or a chimpanzee, they're capable of experiencing well being and sadness. Their emotional range, so to speak, is almost on the level of humans. Obviously, they're not nearly as intelligent as us, but there have been plenty of studies to show that they can form friendships and bonds. They can even make jokes with one another. It's pretty fucked up to think about, like how extensive their emotional range is and how little moral consideration we give them. However, the further down we go on the scale of animal intelligence, when we go past the mammals and past the birds and past the fish and past the reptiles, when we get all the way down to bugs, my argument would be that these creatures are so simple that they operate purely off of instinct and don't have the ability to enjoy or take anything from life. That they're just biological machines that follow a very simple set of pre-programmed actions that exist mostly to facilitate like the broader ecosystem. But I wouldn't afford them anywhere near the same moral consideration. I wouldn't say you can just kill them for fun, but I think that like say the convenience of a human is probably worth a lot more than the life of a mosquito, for example.
Well, here's the thing that I'm going to disagree on because, in my opinion, how the rights that animals should be afforded should be less intrinsic to how much they're actually able of, how much they're able to experience well-being, as much as they're able to experience stress and suffering. So, suffering from pain, as in the lingering sensation after pain. So, for instance. We do know that ethical science, which, despite the fact that in most cases, I think that ethical science is not a good way to determine whether or not an animal really feel pain or not. But that's, I guess I'm not very organized in the subject, so I guess maybe it's in the later subject. Fucking hell, this is not good. All right, but generally, because compose myself for a second here. This is going in a very stupid direction, and I don't like it. All right.
It's not going in a stupid direction. So your argument essentially is that
no.
oh,
Damn it!
yeah?
I didn't even finish. I didn't finish. The thing is that crayfish and lobsters have been identified as feeling stress scientifically, and have been identified as being able to feel pain, and also have a lingering sensation of pain. Because the thing when I'm getting into animal is that ideally, if an animal is able to know if that it's feeling. Okay, hold on. Let me get out of stream discussion because I don't want to see the chat here.
Listen, chat lies, okay? I don't look at chat while I'm talking either. All they do is distract.
Is that since animals are able to experience any kind of discomfort, it should be the right to live. I think that inherently every single living thing's right to live should be respected. However, the right to live of animals that are able to feel pain and be able to acknowledge danger before it reaches them should be considered more. That's in a way how I classify the two main that should be ethically considered.
Yeah,
not animals, just
right. I understand what you're saying. I just don't buy it. For one point, it is possible to kill insects and animals painlessly. Like to squish a mosquito takes place in a fraction of a second. I would argue, by the way, that torturing insects, like pulling the legs off a spider, that this is a moral wrong, because I do agree that unnecessary harm shouldn't be caused. However, while I believe that is an intrinsic negative to cause pain, to end their existence is not, because they lack the crucial aspects of sentience which bring worth to life. Moreover, I could argue that the exact same traits, that aversion to pain, that fear, essentially, of danger, these things can also be ascribed to an extent to plants. Plants also respond to physical damage, and they also respond to changes in the environment which foretell danger. The difference is, of course, that we feel absolute comfort killing plants at our leisure, and we are killing them when we do this, because we recognize that while they're capable of responding to danger, that's not the exact same as them being able to cognitively feel suffering.
Well, plants. Well, I do like the plants argument because I have a specific counter argument to that. So plants, unlike insects and unlike any other animals, are not able to. For instance, there's actually an example of a tree that after the leaves start getting eaten, it starts emitting a chemical to ward off any herbivores nearby. So, what usually how is this different from when an insect runs away from a predator? Well, the difference is that when the plant has its leaves eaten, it cannot do anything about the first few steps of that. It cannot get away from the danger as much as it can prevent after it already knows it's happening. So essentially, it's able to minimize damage, but not completely avoid it. Meanwhile, insects are able to completely avoid damage, as in they are able to run away from predators without needing to lose any part of themselves. That inherently makes them more logically better reason to actually feel pain, because every single thing, according to every single tool that evolution gives, is necessary. It's not there for absolutely no reason whatsoever. There is always a reason for when something adapts in an organism.
Yeah,
so in
I
this
just
way,
don't. Yeah,
pain.
but just because pain is an adaptive response doesn't mean that it's deserving of ethical consideration. And I'm not sure if I buy this argument that reactive versus preventative deference to pain is an argument that one deserves more moral consideration than another.
Well, if theoretically you were to compare the two events of an insect running away from danger versus a plant getting its leaves eaten, ideally, what was I about to say? Oh, God damn it. Oh, right. So what is comparable to is that we can actually compare the way that an insect runs away from danger to how a person might run away from danger, how any kind or any other animal can run away from danger. What we can compare when a plant is a part of it taken off is more to an immune response, because in an immune response you have to the bacteria first has to deal damage before there can be anything done about it. Hence why people don't feel every single cell doing its work, because there's no need to. It's an automatic biological response that doesn't require the actual complete conscious consideration of the individual.
Yeah, I think, but I think I don't recognize this difference. I think it's the exact same. Both bugs and plants, if they experience or anticipate danger, engage in a pre-programmed set of biological responses designed to avoid it. That's not the same as them avoiding suffering. It's the same as them avoiding bodily harm. We could teach a robot to do the exact same thing, and we wouldn't give it moral consideration if we smashed it. We could code a robot to act the exact same way as a spider, to run away if it senses heat or pressure, but it wouldn't make it deserving of moral consideration. And to my knowledge, from what we know of the neurological condition of insects, they don't even experience pain in the same way that we do. That is to say, the extent to which they are capable of feeling suffering is a fraction of that which we are, which makes sense. Our nervous systems are much more complex, and we have a very different reproductive strategy. Therefore, we have been designed to respond to threats to our body in a very different way. I just don't buy the argument that there's anything fundamentally different between the experiential suffering of a very unintelligent insect and a plant. And by the way, there are people in my YouTube chat right now saying that this guy should argue from like an environmental perspective because I don't care about animal rights. Fuck off. I do. I literally compare the meat industry to a Holocaust. In fact, it's probably worse than the Holocaust. I absolutely support animal rights. My difference with most vegans is that I don't believe that refraining from eating meat or dairy products should be a moral compulsion, that it is good, but not morally necessary, that there are other things, other ways of fighting animal cruelty, which are morally necessary. But I am very, very pro animal rights.
All right. So in your first argument, you made the comparison to insects to robots. That I hear very often, and I feel like that's not a valid comparison, because the difference between insects and robots is that robots mimic nature. Meanwhile, arthropods evolved on their own, i.e., they had to learn the set of behaviors that allowed them to get away from danger. They had to evolve to realize what to do in order to survive and reproduce, and eventually have a place in an ecosystem. So because of this, well, pain in insects, it's usually, and when we're talking about comparing pain in insects and robots, the problem that I'm seeing in this is that machines are meant to mimic life. When a machine is programmed to do something, that's because that's what the code tells it
No,
to
I
do. It's
really
been coded
I don't respect
purposefully.
I don't respect this difference. In both cases, creatures, whether they be made of machine or made of meat, are responding to a set of pre-programmed reactions. Spiders don't learn; they're born with instinct. I reject fundamentally this difference.
Well, they're not. Spi- I can't tell if spiders don't learn. I don't have. Ideally, absence of evidence is not evidence.
No, yeah, yeah, we can. Even
Well, I,
lizards, which are much more complex than insects, the moment they're born, the moment they chip their way out of the egg, the moment lizards exist, they'll run off and start eating bugs and shit. Everything that a lizard is and everything that a lizard does is programmed into its brain from the moment it's conceived. And then they go run out and do their lizard shit until they die. But they're all exactly the same. They don't learn anything. They're not taught anything. Now, like mammals teach their children, but I think there's a very strong argument to be made that lower species, like insects and even some reptiles, though God help me, I do love reptiles. We own quite a few in this household, that these creatures are so simplistic and operate so fundamentally on instinct that their behavioral programming is effectively identical to what we would code into a simple machine. Though obviously, and I do concede this, a machine would probably experience and react to the threat of pain differently than an animal might, because a machine cannot experience pain. It can only experience a set of conditions which it deems disadvantageous. But I would go so far as to argue that that might be the same with lesser animals. We know that neurologically they don't respond to pain in the same way that we do. They have different nervous systems.
we won't be able to tell how exactly they experience anything. The ideal that I'm thinking of assuming about this, because the thing is, with complexities of I feel like what you're doing here. No, I feel like you're making a complexity of nervous system argument, which I don't think is valuable, because at some point it was actually considered that crabs and lobsters, in mostly scientific consensus was at some point that they just could not feel pain, that their nervous system was too simplistic and too basic to be able to feel any sort of pain or suffering. However, more recent studies in ethical science, which have shown that there's actually proof for them for feeling pain and stress.
Yeah, but
So,
stress and pain as neurological responses are not equivalent across all species, and I can make the same argument for plants, because plants also react physically not only to damage to their bodies, but also to the threat of incoming damage from environmental changes. So I would say that all of the ways in which we can neurologically determine that spiders are capable of feeling these negative things, so too are plants. But it would be ludicrous to say we should never inflict harm onto plants, because that would fundamentally change how we interact with the environment. Also, cows eat like grass and stuff. Like life on
but
Earth.
they're cows. They're cows. It
Well,
doesn't matter.
wait. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't be able to cut grass?
I don't know. I don't think there should be an argument as to what animals do and versus what people do.
Wait, but
People
I just said,
are
but
more.
what I'm making the argument that all life foundationally on Earth is built off the herbivore like tree, where animals eat like grass and shit, and then they
Yeah, food
get
chain.
eaten by carnivores. Are you suggesting that it is a moral wrong to damage plants?
Well, I don't think it's a moral wrong inherently for to consume plants. But I think that every single living organism, theoretically, considering acknowledging the fact that the goal of every animal or of every living organism is to survive. Therefore, I do think that the will to live, the simple fact that that any given species needs to exist on this earth to reproduce, should be respected by people, especially.
I just don't think this initial intent argument has anything to do with the moral credence that should be given to a creature. I think that the worth of a creature, or at least the amount of moral consideration that should be afforded to it, involves the amount of suffering it's capable of experiencing, but moreover, the amount of well-being it's capable of experiencing. This is why I would argue that it's immoral to kill a human being, even if they have no friends and even if they're sleeping. So even if nobody else is affected by this murder, and if they personally do not experience any suffering for the murder, I would still argue that because humans have a narrative and aspirational arc that follows them through their life, that you're doing the universe a harm by ending that life prematurely. But I wouldn't argue the same for an insect, because insects don't do that. Creatures with, well, just frankly, stupider brains don't follow these same sort of cohesive narrative philosophical aspirational trends, and since those are the characteristics by which I assign the worth of life, I would say that they aren't really given any. Now, they can feel suffering, and I do think it's a moral wrong to cause undue suffering to a creature, any creature, even if it's a bug, though I would argue the suffering they experience is a fraction of what we experience if we were to experience comparable pain to our own body.
But here's the thing that that I want to ask here, because you're saying that it's immoral to end a human life simply because of the fact that every human is different and every human has right I'm guessing
and
has
just
a
so you
moral
people
arc,
in
as you
chat
say
know,
it.
this has nothing
So
to do with my position on abortion. I'm sorry. Continue.
so because of this, would that also mean that mammals don't apply to this logic, because unlike people, most other animals are set to fulfill one role, whereas humans can fulfill multiple roles and can have multiple different ambitions and needs.
I'm not talking
Meanwhile,
about roles. I'm talking about the extent to which a creature can experience joy in life, the extent to which they get anything out of life. I don't think that life inherently is worth protecting.
But then why is so your argument is that that animal happiness is worth protecting, but not the animals itself, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that life itself is valuable in any way, shape, or form. I think the things that higher life forms are capable of experiencing are valuable. I think essentially that the entire universe is a playground for people with the capacity to enjoy and experience the universe. And I would exclude creatures simple and basic enough to not form that appreciation from my moral consideration. Like, for example, bacteria or viruses, which are by some definitions alive. Nobody has a problem with exterminating these things en masse. Same with individual cellular life that exists within our own body. It would be ridiculous to give these things moral consideration. It's not about the existence of livelihood itself. It's just about the existence of the capacity to which these creatures are capable of engaging with the universe.
Well, all right, hold on. What was I about to say here?
I mean, it just sounds like we have fundamentally different ways of considering like moral worth.
No, the problem is that I'm having a live debate with chat, and I'm really stressed the fuck out all the time, constantly.
You shouldn't be
and
looking
I have
at
issues.
chat.
I'm not looking at chat. I still remember that there's chat, and there's probably like 50 people like saying all kinds of weird shit, and that's at the back of my mind. And
but take some.
And I am very much afraid.
Well, take some solace in the fact that no matter how cogent your arguments, chat will always be biased in favor of me because it is my chat. Don't worry about what they have to say. Just present your arguments. I think we fundamentally disagree on this issue. I don't know if there's much ground to be crossed, but I don't think that your way of looking at things is like inherently wrong or bad, or that like you're morally inconsistent or anything like that. I just think that we have different perspectives on how we assign moral worth.
in that respect, the problem is that the worldviews here, unlike most other, sort of depend on the lives of other animals. So I feel like it's a bit more worth more debating this, although I get it.
Well, yeah, I would make the argument that we should preserve the general existence of, say, insects because they're valuable to creatures that are higher up on
Yeah.
the food chain. But so I never said we should commit like spider genocide or anything. I never made
Oh,
that.
but by the
argument.
way, what do you think of the position that some people take that we should eradicate like all wasps and all mosquitoes?
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. At least with the mosquitoes.
What?
I think that wasps might be more worthwhile. Like some strains of them might be worthwhile. But from every paper that I've read, mosquitoes are not a keystone species, and they could be eliminated with absolutely no consequences to like the environment, and we would save hundreds of thousands of human lives, make our planet cleaner, make it less dangerous, less preventative medication would need like for malaria and shit. I think that'd be a slam dunk. Yeah.
Well, people aren't kind of the worst animal compared to the rest of them. They kind of like harm to
I
other
disagree with that.
animals.
I disagree with that very strongly.
How are humans beneficial to any other animal?
I don't have to make the argument that we're beneficial to any other animal. I have to make the argument that if given the same level of power and intellectual credence as us, other animals wouldn't do the same thing. I think that I am very much in favor of like andro supremacy here. Humans are the most intelligent and we're the most capable of experiencing joy, love, lust, beauty, introspection, philosophy. We are the rulers of this planet, and I'm comfortable with that position. And I
Well,
think that
all those things are very all those things are very superficial, and people are only attracted to those because they serve them evolutionarily. They don't actually matter in an
No, no.
objective
Whoa, whoa,
sense.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's
Wait. For one, nothing matters in an objective sense. Literally nothing. It's impossible to objectively, empirically determine value. For two, I'm pretty sure things like appreciation of beauty, aesthetics, and philosophy are not a product of our evolutionary need to like survive, especially since there are philosophical
what
trends
are
like
they for?
antinatalism, which literally encourage us to stop existing. You have a
Then what are
you have a strangely deterministic view on why people do things. Not everything
well
serves our evolutionary purpose. We have a big brain because it allowed us to use tools, and that was helpful for our evolutionary development. But now
then
we have formed a society. We have a society now, and we have grown beyond the parameters of our evolutionary development. I don't think that Mother Nature intended for us to have philosophy or anything like that.
well, there's always a reason for everything to
No,
happen. There's
no,
nothing just
no, no,
right.
no. I fundamentally reject that. Are you religious?
No. I just think that there's an evolutionary purpose for everything to arise in a person.
I
People
strongly
don't just
disagree
suddenly
with
just
that.
boom, just suddenly just people just think of a dumb thing. Why do they paint? I don't know. They just kind of do
Listen,
it.
I agree that
They just paint.
I agree evolutionary coding has a lot to do with our behaviors. It would be stupid of me to disagree with that. But the idea that everything happens for a reason is, in my opinion, very anti-intellectual. Like evolution isn't like a guiding purpose. Evolution is just a way of selecting for people that have advantageous traits that allow them to reproduce and pass their genetics on to offspring. That's not like the guiding drive of the universe. It's just one way in which living creatures tend to develop. But it's not like a narrative or like directive purpose.
Well, I mean, there is when as evolution goes on, though, there is more and more complexity that forms amongst organisms. There's more and more evolutionary niches being filled as time progresses, and eventually you'll just have a cohesive system that takes care of every resource that's actually available.
That's not true at all.
So,
The idea that evolution is driving to some sort of end state where there's a perfect like accumulation of
there's already
resources. Well, no.
an end state.
No.
There was already an end state.
No. Evolution has been taking place for billions of years on this planet,
Yeah.
and at no point has there ever been a point at which evolution stopped because resources were perfectly managed across the planet. If this was the case, then we would have reached a certain level of
Obviously.
evolutionary development, and then everything would have stopped because everything was already perfectly acclimated to their environment. That's just not true. Evolution continues fucking with and changing things, increasing and decreasing complexity, whatever is most supported by the environmental sort of like factors at the time. There's no like guiding purpose, and there's certainly no like like lead up towards an end state of evolution.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's obviously, I do understand that that's the case. However, still, evolution can simply of different of as a simple natural progression of current always happen, and different animals will always replace others. Eventually, other animals will fight for the same niches, and eventually, uh, I mean, it's all going to still. I mean, it's all going to go by, I guess. However, the thing that the inquiry that I was making here is that resource management is simply getting more and more widespread as time progresses. So animals keep getting, because the more time you give, the more time you give. No, the more time other animals are given, the more complex they will become.
That's
I
not
mean, if
true.
you go back to the Cambrian period,
Wait, that's
if you go
just
back
not
to the
true.
Cambrian period, oh,
Wait, but that's
if
factually not true. Complexity isn't the end goal of evolution. There are instances in which creatures have grown less complex with time.
when back, for instance, at the Ordovician period, you will see that nautiluses, compared to modern cephalopods, are significantly more primitive and less, quote unquote, advanced than other animals. So essentially, as evolution progresses and more animals are given time to evolve, they eventually become more and more complex. That doesn't necessarily mean that that there's any end goal to evolution.
But no, things don't trend towards complexity.
Things
Some of the most evolutionarily successful creatures on this planet, like cockroaches and alligators, are ancient and have had basically no development for hundreds of
because they
millions of years.
fill niches that don't require complexity, because they
No,
fill
no, 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 no,
evolutionary
no, 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 no. You see, you keep saying words like require. Nothing requires anything. Things just develop. Things just develop traits which are advantageous for reproduction in a given set of circumstances. That can mean more or less complexity. If less complexity means a creature is more likely to survive over longer periods of time and reproduce more frequently, those traits will be favored in the long run. Most likely. It's all a probabilistic thing. But look at birds today. Birds used to be fucking dinosaurs. Chickens used to be like, obviously it's more complicated than that, but there are broad evolutionary trends that have led to a reduction of complexity, and they're now more prosperous and more successful evolutionarily than they ever were in their larger, more complex, more intelligent forms.
Well, still, no, dinosaurs had significantly more variety in the ecological niches that they filled. Nowadays, birds mostly fill one or two ecological niches. Most birds mostly kind of things, and except rat tides, which are actually able to be sort of land-based. I mean, most birds just kind of sit in a tree and make noises all day. They don't have much complexity as a difference.
Well, but doesn't that make my argument for me that they evolved to be less complex from their ancestors? Even if that was the case, then I disagree. Birds are actually fairly intelligent.
Well, yeah, birds are intelligent. We know that.
And diverse. They fill many roles. There are plenty of birds across the world that fulfill a wide range of evolutionary purposes, but you still talk about roles and niches as though like evolution carves out slots, but that's just not the true. Some species die out, and some species, there are keystone species that form branches that lead to the creations of new species. There are bottleneck evolutionary events which cause interesting microcosm environments to develop, little terrariums, little cave systems in which nothing evolved to have eyes because they don't have light with which to see. Evolution is so much more complex than like things becoming more complicated to meet like niches to maximize utility of the environment. And I don't think any of this has really anything to do with the central point, which is that evolution doesn't really do anything for a reason, and we have to choose, somewhat arbitrarily, what we value in life. And I choose to value the beauty, the complexity, and the divergent thought with which sentient creatures are capable of engaging with their environment. I just don't think some creatures live up to that code.
Well, I don't. I don't agree with the notion that just. I mean, most people agree that people are the most important things there is on here. How? Well, I mean, but that's also kind of obvious because that's what people normally should be doing.
Yeah,
ideally.
but wait.
But
It's not just androcentrism. If we encountered a species, like an alien species, that had a greater depth of emotional intelligence than we did, I would argue that these creatures have an higher intrinsic moral worth than we do. I would absolutely bite the bullet on that and make that argument. Now, that wouldn't mean I believe they could just kill us for sport, because we're still deserving of moral consideration, just the same way that dogs and cows are deserving of moral consideration. I don't think that they could just do whatever they wanted with us, but this isn't just an evolutionarily driven androcentric argument. I try to be pretty consistent with my axioms here.
I mean, I think that even though I think that even if it's arrived, most people would never consider them at all to be better, because I don't think people have even a conception of what it's like to be a better person. I think it's a big set of arbitrary settings that actually proves what makes a better type of person. For instance, for instance, is a being necessarily better than another because it's able to have quote unquote love or something like that? I don't think so.
Well, it depends on your like a priori assumptions, right? What you decide to value is a purely philosophical judgment. There's no way of empirically determining whether or not something is objectively valuable.
Well, I think anything that should be, well, personally, my opinion is that if anything valuable should simply be what already. This is a big discussion. I'm not doing that here.
Well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
But if you're about to make an argument for intrinsic worth, you're going to lose. Philosophy has batted with that concept for millennia, and it seems to be generally agreed upon that whether or not something is valuable is a product of philosophical inquiry, not of empirical engagement with the material world.
I might mildly disagree on that, but I won't argue it because I know I'm not, because I know that this debate isn't what I expect it to be. I guess I completely change my demeanor when I'm arguing with someone else. Fucking hell. Well, I learned a few things today.
Wait, can we? Wait. But I want to wait because I feel like a lot of debates get treated the same way, and I don't want them to. Okay, most of the people that I argue with are fascists and reactionaries and dumb fucks. Okay, you're someone who agrees with animal rights, vegan ethics, and everything that you've said fundamentally stems from a position of empathy and consideration, which I think is valuable. And I would never argue principally against the things that your beliefs will lead to societally. We may disagree.
People fucking hate me in chat.
I'm mean to everybody who disagrees with me in chat, and you said mean shit about me too, okay? So don't come at me like I was the one who started that shit, okay? But I am mean to everyone. But
I'm not talking about.
Oh, about chat
I'm
being
talking
mean
about
to you?
Yeah, chat. Like the thing is, I was like arguing with chat for a while, and they had like for fucks. They were just 50 different people like fucking dogpiling me with the worst takes possible. It was like, hey, if you did you know that you eat in? Some guy literally said, did you know that you eat in 1,000 spiders in your sleep, which is like unknown to be urban legend that's false.
And even if it was true, it's
God.
not a deliberate act, which means it's excised from moral consideration. Unless you would want to argue that like you have to tape your mouth shut before you sleep, but I think we could argue that would be a ridiculous precedent to set. I tweeted this. I said my least favorite part of arguing with vegans is watching all of the non-vegans come out and make terrible arguments to support me. That's my least favorite shit, okay? Vegans are right. Vegans are correct in their respect to animal ethics, okay? We disagree on how we assign, like, ethical consideration, but broadly speaking, that still puts you above, like, 98% of the people who will ever make this argument. And from my perspective, and you probably think that I'm better than so-and-so, but your position is more morally consistent. Whatever the case may be, I don't want there to be any antagonism between us, okay? Can we be friends?
Sure. Okay, here's the thing is that, I mean, you know, do you have arachnophobia, like actual full-on arachnophobia?
Not genuine arachnophobia, no. I mean, I think that spiders creep me out, as they do most people, but I don't, experience, genuine terror.
Can you, pick up a spider and just, cup it in your hands and you just...
What? No, fuck that.
Outside.
I'm not touching a fucking spider. Jesus Christ, no. But when I have the opportunity to, I try to put them outside rather than squishing them. And I always put moths outside. Squishing a moth just sounds gross anyway.
Moths are actually very easy to catch. I've seen, at least here.
Well, they're pretty big, so.
fly around for a bit, and then they just sit on the wall and literally don't move. They're very easy to take care of.
Yeah, and they're cute.
Yeah, they're very cute. They're very fluffy too. I like them.
Yeah. No, like I agree. I'm not like advocating for people to be needlessly cruel or whatever. I just think that if, at least from the ethical assignments I give, that I think that a painless execution of an irritating insect doesn't do any moral harm to the universe, but that doesn't mean I would advocate it for it like broadly. Wait, what?
Speaking of fucking bugs, look at this ant I found in our bathroom.
Holy shit, that's a big
I've
fucking
never
ant.
seen an ant this big here.
Wow. I've never seen an ant that big either. What kind of species do you think that is?
I don't know.
All right, well, remember what I just said?
Yes.
My partner just killed an ant, okay? So I don't know.
This is a nasty motherfucker. Do you want to show him?
No, I don't
that'll
want to
be
show
bad.
anyone.
Anyway, fuck this.
All right.
Disgusting. Get out of my house!
All right. So that was somewhat related. I'm sorry.
Well, ideally, I think that when people, they oftentimes have. I am so lost in these arguments. I thought it would be way better put together.
Well, wait.
my
Well,
God.
yeah. I mean, this is a difficult. Like,
fucking
if you're talking
bad.
about animal rights, you're talking about like philosophy of ethics, and that's one of the most complicated topics, like period, that humans discuss.
It's not. That is fucking distracting. This is terrible. I hate it. This is a disappointment. What?
Well, I have enjoyed the convo.
Ugh.
I'm probably going to wrap the stream up soon. So, would you like to give any final thoughts?
Yeah. So. Can I compose myself for like 2 seconds?
Yeah.
So my final point is that I just think that when people make arbitrary assumptions on what kind of animal should be more morally considered than others is a bit official in most cases, and the way scientists have historically decided to classify some animals as being non-sentient while others haven't has been very centric to their interests, because it's a noticeable coincidence that basically all the animals that are considered at the lowest parts are also the ones that most people would consider to be the most to look at. So in a similar vein, the problem that I'm having is that a lot of people are simply not people are not considering the ability to feel pain for insects or lobsters as the same for mammals. And in fact, the biggest problem that I have with that is that lobsters and insects are equivocated in their sentience, despite the fact that the reproductive rates are completely different, their sizes are completely different, and the evolutionary niches they fill up are completely different. Henceforth, it wouldn't make sense for them to be treated as the same creature. I don't think animals should be classified in their ethical consideration based on simply their clades, because I'm pretty sure in that way arthropods are pretty much cursed, every single one of them, to just not be morally considered equivocally. So my thought,
I think
so-
to extrapolate the version of what you just said in a way that I would agree with, and to end on a positive note, I would agree that in the past, and probably still today, definitely still today, researchers have been very androcentric and very limited in their exploration of the cognitive abilities of lesser creatures like insects or lobsters or what have you. And that if we want to have a conversation on the level of moral consideration they should be afforded, we should make sure that we're actually charitably investigating the cognitive abilities of these creatures rather than maligning them simply because they're non-human or because they're icky or gross or whatever.
all right, well, I'm thankful that you understand that at least. And so to sign off, I'm very glad to have having my first speaking to an actual big audience. This is something that I've never done, and I'm quite happy to actually have experienced that, even though all the arguments did not flow as well as they could have with other people, because I know that there's like a massive audience watching me. But I'm glad to have had this conversation.
Audiences will always
Thank
be
you.
audiences will always be uncharitable if you're arguing with the person they like. But I enjoyed speaking with you, and I hope they treat you with the respect you deserve, which is probably more than the respect they're treating you with right now.
So thank you, Vosh. Thank you for actually arguing a point that, and hopefully you don't think I'm very stupid.
I don't think you're very stupid.
Also, I hate. Also, there's like, okay, okay. Oh, fucking hell.
I think you're nervous, which you definitely are.
I am. I expected to be significantly less nervous, but I guess I underestimated my. Did you wait when you debated Destiny at that stream? Did you have the similar problems, or are you just too good?
No,
Or you're
I've
too
always
good for
been
that?
extremely confident and proficient at public speaking.
Damn.
Well, I'm
Up my
not trying to
game.
brag. It's like I'm autistic, so when I was younger, I had a lot of trouble communicating with people, and my autistic obsession became getting good at public speaking. So I did it very, very often, and I did it all the time, and I loved doing it, and I prided myself on getting better at doing it. So ever since that point, I've had no fear of public speaking.
Right. So, meanwhile, this is literally my first experience in public speaking. Well, anyways, I something. I do not know what to say. Goodbye. Good luck to everybody in chat.
The appropriate goodbye is have a good one, comrade. Oh, did he just leave after that one? Oh, he left. Okay, well, Godspeed, comrade. That was a lot more productive than I thought it would be. Another Ancom. You keep pressing me to speak to somebody in the chat room. Is there somebody to whom I should be speaking right now? Who? There are two people. Monty the Python, who's the person from the Students for Justice for Palestine. And then there's somebody in here called Character Limit. Hey.
You'll be done by like 5, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have some time to get everything set.
Before Max comes over?
Before that, and also before moving Lizard, I cleaned Danny and Cam and Molly's tanks, though.
Oh, delightful. Thank you.
But yeah, so I just want like an hour to like chill. Yeah, if you can be done by 5. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get my clothes.
Gotcha. So who is this person to whom I am supposed to be speaking?
I think they just want you to talk to anyone.
Okay. I'll bring this person in real quick. What's up, comrade? You better have a good-ass meme for me. Character limit? Hello? I can't hear you, comrade.
Hear me?
Hello, there you are.
Oh, there we go. You can hear me.
Yes, you better have a good-ass meme for me, because you've
Oh,
been talking in chat, but you haven't been telling me what it is you want to talk about.
Yes, okay. I have had this question for a while.
Mhm.
I need some strategies on how to identify bad faith actors.
Okay.
Yeah, because whenever I do discuss people, I always have this thing in the back of my head, like, am I wasting my time? And it's like a debate on praxis on you need to be able to identify bad faith actors so you can like convert more people or talk to more people better. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right.
In regards to that, yeah, I mean, I have a pretty simple like set that I go through, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, I never argue with bad faith actors unless there's an audience and I think that I can win over a portion of that audience or reinforce the positive values of a portion of that audience. I would never speak to a bad faith actor like on their own. There are people who have tried. Flamenco, who is just shit talking me in Pig Puncher's stream, apparently, so I've heard, is a terrible bad faith actor who's tried to talk to me one-on-one. I would never waste my time with that. They're not worth it. The best way, in my opinion, to tell if a person is a bad faith actor is if they tell you what you believe rather than asking you what you believe. This is a very simple difference that a lot of people fail to pick up on because it seems natural. Oh, a heated argument, you make accusations, such and such. But a bad faith actor will never allow
and projecting strawman?
Well, yeah, a bad faith actor will never allow you to define your own position. They will make your position for you to defend. Essentially, somebody who constantly puts you on the defense is almost certainly going to be a bad faith actor. Even I give credence and allow Nazis to positively express their own values rather than attacking a straw man. The reason I do that is because I'm confident enough to know I can defeat their values even if they have a chance to represent them in the most positive possible light. and I can call them out on their lies. But if a person is constantly assigning you your own values, that means they're not competent enough to take on what you actually have to say. It's a clear indicator of a bad faith actor.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Also, for like key points, whenever I was debating True Scum, I couldn't think of any like concrete lines that I could like put out that would help people and still remain engaged, but also like debate the idea in their head themselves.
Yeah, easy.
So like how
transgender just means you identify as a gender other than that which you were assigned at birth. It has nothing.
Yes, but how do people get people to realize that? Because they just refuse to accept the definition.
If they
even
can't
if it's,
accept
like,
the
as clear as
definition, they
that.
can't accept the definition. But that's the definition. Every credible definition of transness is simply that.
Yeah.
To identify as a gender other than that which you were assigned at birth. It has nothing to do with dysphoria, and it has nothing to do with meeting a threshold of suffering that you have to pass in order to be authentically trans. It just means you don't identify as the gender you were assigned. Anyone who disagrees with that definition is a bad faith actor. Because it's like, if they can't accept dictionary definitions, or if they're arguing from some place of personal conceit, there's nothing really to be said there.
So then, by that definition, would you assign all True Scum to be bad faith actors?
Most
just
transphobes are
ignorant?
bad faith actors, yes. The existence
Okay.
and legitimacy of trans people is a universally accepted fact in basically every legitimate medical, psychological, psychiatric, sociological, and anthropological and academic field. The only people who disagree are just bigots, and the people who disagree do so in spite of the totality of evidence against them. I have never met a transphobe who was not either A, shockingly ignorant, usually as a product of them being young or sheltered, or B, more likely, a bigot and thus inherently a bad faith actor.
Okay, that makes sense. And I just wanted to, I don't know why I was thinking about this, but when it comes to labels, are labels useful, and in how so? Because like whenever I think of something like, let's say someone identifies as homosexual.
Mhm.
However, they're they said they're about like 10% gay or 90% like straight, or maybe like 50-50 or 40-60, or it could be any that like on the spectrum. But like when it comes to labels, I feel like they're not only reductive but can also be potentially harmful depending on the context and the situation you're talking about.
I mean, labels serve a good and a bad purpose. Labels are essential for being able to sociologically and anthropologically define the lived experiences of certain demographics of people. It's like the I can't see race argument. If we were like, oh, well, racism would go away if we just stopped talking about black and white issues, well, sure, we would stop calling it racism, but that wouldn't change the fact that people treat folk with brown skin worse. The existence of labels is necessary to give voice and power to marginalized groups. However, very often, labels can be restrictive, which is why people have been trending towards broader terms like queer as opposed to gay or lesbian, or LGBTQIA+, rather than just LGBT. Because inclusivity, at least within these specific spheres, refers broadly to people with the same lived experiences, and that gay and trans people, while they have very different experiences, are still broadly maligned by the same groups of people, the same reactionary, Christian, hegemonic, white
Yes.
cis male supremacy tends to malign both of these groups, though there are exceptions. You see the same thing with person of color, replacing terms like African American or Latino American or what have you. With the broader definitions get, the more intersectional our ability to analyze the way in which these people have specific lived experiences.
Okay, especially in the field of sociology, I see that like coming up in the idea of how you would even collect data on specific issues and how that data can be used effectively.
Mhm.
All right, so I have like two more ideas. You don't really have to get to the last one, but when you're debating someone publicly and the mask goes off, they show their fascist power level. Like, what should you even do at that point? Like, do you just I mean, they're clearly wrong. What do you say? I mean, I kind of get at a loss for words sometimes.
I mean, you can be a fascist without necessarily being wrong. It's possible to be an honest fascist. If you sincerely believe that human bloodlines are the only relevant sort of defining characteristic in society, that all races have genetic pre-built aspirations and interests, and that everyone should desperately fight for survival because if they don't, they'll be consumed by the brown tides, that is not necessarily an incorrect position. It is a way of looking at the world which I believe is destructive, but not necessarily incorrect. The problem is, in order for you to be a fascist and to be honest, you have to understand that you no longer value things like happiness or freedom or autonomy or well-being. That instead, your axiomatic values get centered around group identity and bigotry. Now, if a fascist were to accept that, that would be an axiomatically consistent position. However, most human beings value things like well-being and things like happiness and things like freedom. Very few people can bite the bullet on this, meaning most fascists will argue for fascism or for Nazism or what have you, while lying about the ways in which their actions and policies will support their core axiomatic values, meaning they'll trick their audience into believing that when they argue for things like an ethno-state, they're doing it to support human happiness and diversity. This is a lie, and I can call out lies. If they're lying, which they almost always are, because very few people will bite the bullet on their axiomatic positions in that respect, I can call them out on the multitude of ways in which their positions are fundamentally antithetical to human happiness. If they bite the bullet and say, like, for example, Nicholas J. Fuentes, who says he doesn't care about scientific reality, who he doesn't care about freedom, he doesn't care about happiness, he just cares about tradition and rigor and discipline. If there was somebody like that who was willing to bite the bullet, I could then argue, hey everyone, look at this fucking lunatic who doesn't care about human happiness as a prospect. Let's break down all the ways in which he would make our lives miserable. If I can do that, I can convince the majority of people. I can't convince people who have different axiomatic values, though.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, with people who have different axiomatic values, there's really nothing you can do from that point, true?
Yeah, except kill them. I mean,
agreed.
Like, that sounds crazy and everything, but it's just true. If there are people out there who legitimately believe, for example, their axiomatic value is to spread
antithetical to the
chaos.
happiness of the human race.
Right, we've already made that decision. If a person just wants to run around and murder people and will do everything in their power to murder people because their axiomatic value maximizes their personal well-being as long as they're murdering people, yeah, as a society, we agree, generally speaking, that that person should be put to death or at least put in a position where they can no longer hurt others. This isn't like a hugely contested idea. Dipshits and bad faith actors have just turned this into a politically contentious issue because they like feeling victimized. And for the most part, it works. A lot of people think that discriminating against people with horrible axiomatic values constitutes unjustified political violence.
Yeah, and that's fucked. Agreed. And when it comes to leftism in general discourse, how do you get people to like truly engage with their ideas without just getting boogeymaned like USSR every single damn time you talk about it?
I mean, you could be like me. I'm super fucking anti like tanky, so it's really difficult to argue that I'm like, you know, in favor of that. I don't know. I mean, normally my line, if I want to talk about like leftist policy or even like leftist history with the USSR, Mao's China or whatever, I say that while socialism has had a contentious history, so too is human history rife with conflict and antagonism. I would like to speak specifically about these values practiced in these ways, and if you argue against me, I want you to argue specifically against these values and these policies. I don't want you to defer, to deflect, to discuss these other things, because I have as many problems with them, in many cases, as you do.
Okay. And when I, like, speaking on definitions, because you can't argue with something when there's a semantic issue and you just don't agree on definitions. So whenever I argue with something about anarchism, they fail to even recognize or even agree that anarchism is a political movement that seeks to destroy unjust hierarchies and rather just sees it as chaos and lack of government and control and lack of order. So how would you even like address and help them engage with the ideas that you're trying to present?
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult because the conflation between anarchy and anarchism has pretty well resided in the brains of most people. That's a pretty tough one. I don't know. I like to argue in favor of specific things. You'll notice, by the way, that in my debates, I never argue in favor of anarchism or anarcho-syndicalism. I usually argue in favor of market socialism. And the reason for that is because I don't believe there's much material value in arguing over the semantics or specific definitions of a set of beliefs that's not going to be materially possible in our lifetimes. I would rather lead people towards something which seems close and familiar and just, like democratic control of the means of production, than something which might might necessarily come from that somewhere down the line. A flattening of all hierarchies, the abolishment of state, and so on and so forth.
I feel like that is intrinsic to the human condition, where it will eventually. I might agree with like Marx on this with historical materialism, which the end of civilization, I believe, would be communism in the way that the power structures are, currently. The best way to organize human society is democratically, horizontally, and such like that, through anarchist and communist principles.
Yeah, it's the exact same way. It's the exact same way that, like, if I had like a racist uncle, for example, who thought like the Negroes are like, less intelligent, the rap music is making them dumb, and they keep fighting the police and stunting and trapping instead of taking care of their kids. If I had a racist uncle who believed that and I wanted to change their mind, I wouldn't like walk up to them with like modern racial anthropological theory and go, "Hey, did you know race doesn't exist? Everything you think about race is a byproduct of sociological imposition that took place after the transatlantic slave trade. This really has no basis in biology at all." No, of course not. I would never be able to bring them on over that. That'd be ridiculous and completely contrary to everything.
It's too far of a logical jump from where they are right now.
However, I can make a bunch of smaller, closer to his position arguments that could bring him over to like, hey, uncle, maybe the reason why black people do this stuff is because of their culture, and cultures tend to be a product of their environment. So if their environment was, up until like 50 years ago, legalized segregation, and up until 150 years ago, slavery, it makes sense that they wouldn't have the generational sort of attitudes that would allow them to succeed in modern society. Here are some studies on generational wealth. Here are some studies on how one's education and personal success is impacted by your environment. And then I can get them on like maybe blacks do poorly because of their culture or whatever, but okay, like I guess I can see how that's kind of affected by society. Maybe it's not as much their fault. And eventually you work them to a position where they can emotionally accept the idea of dropping race as a construct.
Okay, I see what you mean. So correct me if I'm wrong. You want me to what's that term? Act as a liberal in order to kind of de-radicalize and demystify the ideas that they have in their idea.
But I never lie, though. I never lie and say that I'm a
Yes.
market socialist. I always say, hey, I'm an anarcho-syndicalist. Hey, I'm a gender abolitionist. Hey, I'm a racial abolitionist. But can I show you some arguments? I never.
Yes, the
'cause
arguments
I never
that would
lie
normally
about
be
what I believe in.
associated, yeah.
I never lie
Yeah.
about what I believe in.
And I think that would actually really help because speaking on the cognitive biases, like, the fact that like once you believe something for so long, it's a lot harder to like part with it ideologically because it's so built into your like personality and the way that you think of things that it just shakes up the way that you look at the world, and that it's hard to do. And so that would make sense. Also, last question. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. I really appreciate you, and you're an amazing and smart person.
No, nonsense. Dan don't need to butter me up. Just get me with the last one.
Okay. So, what is more important in your opinion, theory or praxis? And explain why, please.
Unquestionably practice. Theory is, well, I feel it might be to some extent a false dichotomy, but theory and practice, I think, have had something of a contentious relationship with one another, with people who are more practically oriented criticizing theorists for being hoity-toity and academic and useless, and theory-oriented people criticizing those focused on praxis with being counterproductive, with not meeting the material needs or not respecting the specific word of so on and such forth. Generally speaking, I align with praxis. I've never read, by the way, any leftist theory. Not once. Never cracked it open. I engage with
you have at least
Right, I engage with reading interpretations of it, but I have unmedicated ADHD. I can't read that well. Frankly, my mind glazes over while I read stuff. It's unfortunate, and there are things that I could do to address that, but I feel like the things that I do, I feel like I can synthesize the intellectual rigor of theory, for the most part, with the ways in which it can be practiced materially. In practice, most of the things that need to be done right now do not require an extensive understanding of theory. Nothing about understanding wage inequality or the death of capitalism requires reading Das Kapital. It's not necessary. Everything that I do can be done by somebody who has a high school education, who has spent a year or two engaging with broader leftist culture, not even literature, just culture.
You are describing me.
Yeah, because this is important. Theory isn't just difficult. Theory isn't just like intellectually rigorous. Theory is fucking boring, and most people's lives are hard enough as it is. I would never make the suggestion that somebody need to immerse themselves in like the rigorous orthodox word of a leftist, but I would suggest that people engage with interpretations of that literature to the extent that they understand that they're not doing anything antithetical to it. To put it simply, you don't need to have a degree in physiology or human biology to know how to hold a baby without hurting it.
Okay, so it's more on an intuitive level than a academic level.
I think I wouldn't say it's intuitive. I would just say there are levels of academia below like doctoral level engagement with
Okay.
with
Making
literature.
it more accessible, I think, would also be a very good use of time, praxis-wise, to both educate and like try to spread ideas and try to increase and widespread the movement of leftism overall. Also, my coming over clear, my Wi-Fi is absolute garbage.
Yes, you've actually sounded pretty clear from my end.
Okay, excellent.
All right, I've got about 15 minutes to
yeah,
argue with
Yeah,
Stone.
that was my
Zebra.
last question. Thank you so much. Last thing I wanted to say. Comrades, revolution. Yeah, cool. Bye.
That was a pleasant conversation. Stone Zebra, I've got 15 minutes. Get into the thingy.
Wait, hun.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you wait. You want to see how much cleaning it takes?
Stone Zebra, get in the fucking thing. You've got 60 seconds or I'm ending the stream. After reading donations, of course. Oh, is that Stone Zebra? I see it. I hope you all have been enjoying the stream today. We opened up with a bang with Destiny. That was 2,000 viewers right there. And since then, we've tapered off a little bit. That makes you all the true fans, by the way. Oh, God. Stone Zebra, you're with me. Stone Zebra? They left. Stone Zebra. Zebra? Stone Zebra, I know your mic works because I heard myself echo in it. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
What's up, dude?
I'm doing wonderfully. I can hear myself echoing, though. Do you think you could use push to talk?
Yeah. Can you hear me better or no?
I can hear you decently. You're pretty quiet.
Sorry, I'll try to talk a bit louder.
No worries. Are you using push
I am
to
just
talk?
using a phone. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Hit me the fuck up. I've got like 10 to 15 minutes. How am I anti-incel? I know you're not using push to talk because I can hear my echo.
Okay, how do I use that?
So you're on a phone, right?
Yeah.
Then I don't know what you can do. We can settle with this. Give it. We can get. All right. How am I anti-incel?
All right. Okay. I feel like you kind of misrepresent a lot of what makes incels sad and what makes us commit suicide all the time. That's another big point that you need to understand is that men kill themselves all the time and nobody really seems to care about it.
Wait, but I specifically mentioned that in my stream.
Did you?
Yeah, I specifically said men kill themselves at astronomically higher rates than women, and that's usually because men have much worse social support systems than women do.
I mean, okay, that's good. But like, okay, did you see ContraPoint's video about
Yes.
incels?
I talked about
Okay,
that
she
too.
made a terrible video. It's a
Oh.
horrible video. And the reason why it's a terrible video is because she ties incels to like the alt-right and like you know, like hateful people that go shoot up places.
They are.
And that's just not true.
No,
The vast majority. No, that's not
all
true.
Of,
You're
all
cherry
of the,
picking. You're
no,
cherry
no, no, no.
picking Vosh.
All of the
You're cherry
mainstream
picking
incel
certain Reddit
communities.
posts.
Shh, it's okay. The mainstream incel communities like incel.me, brain cells and incels, red pill and black pill on Reddit, all of these communities are virulently reactionary and anti-woman.
I mean, that's true. There's definitely some anti-woman, but
No.
and anti-woman sentiments.
No. The subreddits and all of their content is virulently hateful. It's not some, it's all of the incel meeting places are reactionary.
Okay. I would say that there's a lot of reactionaries on there, but also if you actually go there and look at like brain cells and stuff, a lot of the posts are literally just people talking about like why they're sad and insecure, and you can read the responses, and it's literally just people saying,
They
"Hey,
hate women, dude. Nah, this
Come
is
on.
No. Please, I invite everyone here to go look at brain cells and count the seconds on both hands until they find something misogynistic. You can be sad and pitiful.
There's leftists that are misogynistic also. I can show you misogynistic posts on 4chan boards that are full of leftists all
And
the
can
time.
you then find me a leftist community where every single forum that is made of them is virulently anti-women?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, you can with incels. They
Yeah,
can be
that's
sad
probably
and
true.
pitiful and also be hateful and reactionary.
I mean, yeah, but like, I also don't think that you're furthering the cause and trying to help these people by just like, I don't know, talking down on them and stuff. Because I mean, there's lots of incels.
I think I
There's
was
lots
pretty
of incels.
expressly empathetic in the video in the stream that I did last night. I don't think I talked down.
Okay,
to
well
them.
then let's talk about your advice then. So your advice specifically was to take more showers and to not talk about your insecurities in front of people and to fuck really hard. That was
the first
literally-
two things are definitely things you can do to help your sociability, and the last thing is something you should do when fucking to make the girl nut. Yeah.
Okay. Well, but here's the thing, dude. You should. We live in a very unempathetic society that doesn't really care about people's insecurities and doesn't really care about people's anxieties and depressions. And I feel like we as a society needs to move towards taking care of our most vulnerable. And I'm sorry if this triggers people, but that includes incels. That includes people who are sexually distraught.
I agree.
disagree
We
with that?
should try to maximize human happiness, and that has a lot to do with taking care of our unhappy. I don't think anyone on my stream would disagree with that. In fact, I yelled very hard at people who, during my incel rant, were talking about how women have it harder.
Okay.
You were
I mean, I
there.
would say
You
that-
listened to the stream.
Okay, I would say that you were okay, but your advice is still dumb though. Your
No,
advice
it's
is still
not. It's
dumb.
just
Like,
hard to
do you
hear
think-
and
do
difficult
you really
to do.
think? Hold on, Vosh. Hold on. Do you really think that like incels don't shower all the time because they're super insecure about the way that they look? Like,
No,
and, like,
but to
take
those
extra
but to
good
those
care of
incels who do not shower and take care of themselves, doing so would increase the likelihood of them being more sociable.
Dude, if you're in the space where you're literally not leaving your house and you're just on your computer all day long and you're just not showering, like we need to have empathy for these people. Dude.
I never
You-
said we
you go-
don't.
you agree with that? Okay, but then don't you see how just telling people that like they need to shower is just kind of like it's almost like a meme on incel boards. Like
Yeah,
it's
it is a
literally-
meme
like,
because
we do that.
it is a meme because your people, I guess, are so opposed
It's not
to,
my people, dude. It's
are
not my
so
people,
opposed
please,
to
no.
self-improvement that they make a meme out of the idea that they should better themselves. I don't know what to do.
No, it's not that we're opposed to self-improvement. It's that we literally already do this shit and it doesn't work.
That's
'Cause
not
at the end of the day, we have traits that are not selectable.
That's
This
not
is
true.
biology.
Like no. Shh,
Yes, it is.
No. Shh. There are plenty of unattractive, short, balding dudes with low
And they-
caffeinal tilts and unsymmetrical
and
faces
they're either
who get
rich
laid.
or they're a
No,
celebrity.
shh, 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 shh. Nope. This is incel brainwashing designed to make you feel complacent in your suffering. There is a place in this society for you to be happy and healthy and sociable, no matter your genetics. I agree it's harder for some people than others. I'm not a fucking idiot, but everything you're telling me right now is an excuse to prevent yourself from engaging in self-improvement. Stop. Just stop. It's not going to help you. It doesn't help anyone.
So you don't think that, like, do you think it's possible to live in a world where every single person gets laid?
No.
And every single person has a partner?
Of course not.
Okay.
But the existence
Okay.
of outliers doesn't
Okay,
mean
that's biology.
the
That's
existence
biology.
the existence of outliers who have particularly unfortunate lives is not an excuse for an entire community of people to give up on the idea of self-improvement altogether.
I don't think it's that we've given up on self-improvement. I think it's we try and it literally doesn't do anything. And let's talk about the whole insecurities thing, because that was pretty weird, dude. So you said that you shouldn't open up about your insecurities to people, and that you've had people open up about their insecurities to you, and it just seemed like they were begging for compliments. Let me tell you something. If someone's begging for compliments and someone's opening up in that sort of way, you should probably be very nice to them, because they might actually kill themselves.
No, I
And that's
fundamentally reject
literal.
this. This is opening yourself up to
Why?
emotional manipulation. There have been so many
No, it's
people I
not.
barely know who have dumped their entire emotional baggage on me. I owe these people nothing. And I don't think you should have to be nice to somebody just because they're on the edge. I agree that it's good, it's virtuous to do so, but people like you and people who dump their emotional insecurities with like no prompting usually do it to manipulate and take advantage of naive people.
I never. So to be fair, to be clear, I don't talk about this to anybody IRL. This is like I only talk about incel shit on the internet. Okay, I would never talk about. So I don't manipulate people in real life. That's not
You
something
can
that I
manipulate
do. This
people
is just
online.
okay, but like I'm literally just explaining my pain, dude. I'm literally just explaining what I'm going through and
And?
what I feel, and I don't think that's manipulative at all.
Yeah, it
That's not,
absolutely
like,
can be.
How? Me just saying that I'm suffering and that and just reaching out to people, like that's manipulative. I don't understand
Yes.
that.
Yeah, it absolutely can be.
Okay, maybe it can be if said in a certain way and if
No.
like reaching for sympathy points, but that's not what a lot of people are doing. They're not
No,
everybody's just
if
reaching
you're
for sympathy
trawling
points.
online forums looking for people open and naive enough to accept you dumping your emotional baggage on them, they don't deserve that. And they're not going to be able to help you with your problems. You're looking for a short-term emotional fix to briefly feel what it might feel like for another person to care about you. But it's an empty, hollow feeling that will not improve your life, and it will worsen theirs. You need to see self-actualization and cultivate genuine, reciprocal friendships.
So what's the alternative? Just not feel love?
No.
Just not try to
Cultivate
go out and find people?
self-actualization, self-confidence,
What
and
does that
find real
mean,
friendships.
bro? What does that mean? Cultivate self-actualization. What are you saying?
To be
does that mean? I
self-actualized,
genuinely don't
to
know.
exist autonomously, to be confident with who you are, to exist outside the considerations and the reinforcement of others. To love yourself.
Okay. I mean, you're like a really tall, handsome guy that like gets laid all the time, so I can see how it's pretty easy for you.
But this is,
But,
but
like,
again, this
there's
is
a lot of
the
people out there.
shit. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're making excuses right now to ignore what I'm saying because I happen to be gifted with height and some symmetrical physical
So
features.
what? So like I just have to sit here and go, okay, I love myself. Now all my
No.
problems go away.
Loving
I love
yourself isn't the
myself.
same as saying you love yourself. It's a very difficult and brutal process of introspection. It's not easy, and most people, even sexually successful people, never achieve it. But it's still worth pursuing.
I agree with that.
Yeah, even people who like fuck a lot often suffer from the same problems incels do. They just do so while also having sex. Also, I'm really
So
not
do you
that
think-
attractive. A lot of this is just confidence.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. So do you think that like if I started getting laid all the time, like do you think that my sadness would go away?
No.
or do you think that it would still be there? No.
Yeah, no.
Why? Because literally, when I cry myself to sleep, it's always about the same thing. It's always about the same thing.
About not
It's about the
being
fact
able
that I'm-
to
but
put
no,
your
it's
penis in the goop.
no, you dumbass. It's about more than that. It's about literally intimacy.
Yeah,
it's about
exactly.
not
It's
feeling
not
love
about
and
sex.
affection.
Exactly.
It's more than just putting my dick somewhere. It's about like actually having somebody to laugh with and go to dinner
it's
with.
not about
and
sex.
talk
I
about
agree.
things
It's
with.
about genuine human intimacy and relationship and connection with other people on an emotional level.
Okay.
Not sex.
Yeah. Not sex. Absolutely. So why did you just say that it was?
Because you asked me if you started getting laid all the time, would it fix your problems? And I said no. Sex isn't the answer.
Fuck, you're right. That is what I said.
You can be intimate with friends too, you know. I have a lot of intimate relationships with friends. Not just sex either, just close emotional bonds.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying life
All
isn't
right, well,
hard
I
or
mean-
unfair, because life is totally hard and it's totally unfair. And I'm lucky in many, many ways. And I'm not trying to downplay that. I'm only saying that, well, two things. One, incels as a community are unquestionably reactionary. Not every one of them. There are incels who are fine,
I'm not
decent
denying
people.
that. There are a lot of fucked up incels. I agree.
And secondly, that just because life is hard doesn't mean advice should be ignored. It doesn't mean that you should stop trying. We should all suffer in solidarity to try to improve ourselves and the world around us.
Okay, but saying things like just take a shower is belittling to a lot of people that do take showers and do try really hard on their appearance and still come up short. Like, don't you see that? Like, that's
Yeah, I
kind of
agree, but
belittling.
that's why I didn't say just take showers. I said take showers if you don't take care of yourself.
Wasn't that like rule number 1 though?
Yes, on a foundational level, I think building a personal health routine is a very essential step towards feeling actualized. But if you already do that, that's why steps 2 through 7 were there, you know? About going out there, forming social bonds, feeling like a human being, engaging with others, that sort of stuff. I would never say, like, just shower, bro. If you just showered, you could get laid, bro. Because that's stupid. But there are a lot of people who are incels, and I know this, trust me, who don't take very good care of themselves hygiene-wise. And while I understand their depression, I have suffered from manic depression myself. That doesn't mean it wouldn't be good advice to go and take a shower.
Yeah. I guess just in the moment when you're saying that, it kind of triggered me because, like, I'm someone that does take a shower, and you know, I take a shower every day, and like I get my hair cut and everything, and like I really try, and I still come up short. I still end up buying girls drinks at the bar and them never going home with me. So, you know, it's just kind of annoying and it sucks.
Can I make a suggestion that worked for me when I was in a particularly lonely place in my life?
Sure, go ahead.
What interests do you have? Like hobbies.
What hobbies? Hey, hold on, what's up? Hey, my friend's here. I gotta go. Okay.
Oh, hey, I enjoyed speaking to you, comrade.
All right, thanks, bro.
Bye.
See you later, comrade. What's up? No, it's okay.
I think that if I hadn't removed him from the channel, he would have just had a conversation with his friend right there, and it would have been live on stream for 1,000 viewers. So I'm really glad that I just removed him from that channel. The advice that I was about to give him is that whatever interest he may have, like anime, animation, video games, no matter the interest that he has, there are probably local communities he could find of other people engaging in that interest. There are websites like meetups that you can find where, like, oh, hey, this group meets at this time, they talk about this. I would really recommend, if you have an interest in those things or in art, or maybe just in a physical activity, tennis, table tennis, going on hikes, there are communities where you can find groups of people who share those interests. And you can join up with those communities and maybe build a little bit of social rapport, engaging with these groups of people. You don't have to go in there and like make friends and fuck people, you know? He said like, oh, I buy girls drinks at the bar. This is not a good way to get laid unless you're very attractive and very confident. I wouldn't recommend it, okay? What you need to do is build intimacy out of friendship and mutual respect, okay? Not just about like impressing the woman until she opens her legs, all right? Get out there. There are always social communities nearby that are open to people like you, okay? Go out. I'm about done.
Oh, it's fine.
Go out. Find people to engage with. Don't just like make friends or like woo women or any shit like that, but rather go out there so that you can feel like a human being, so you can engage with them, so you can parse, make jokes, and begin to think of yourself not as some isolated incel who has no place in society, but rather as somebody who is capable of engaging with other human beings in a fair and equitable way. If you get better at doing that, if you get happier, more socially engaged, more confident, these skills that you develop will teach you the skills necessary for building and maintaining friendships. And once you can do that, from those friendships, you can build social circles. And from those social circles, mad pussy. Mad, just fucking wet, fucking goopy pussy that you can plow like there's no tomorrow. Just absolutely cavern that fucking pussy out, okay? Crazy ass pussy. And if you're into assholes, big fucking assholes, okay? Big, like a foot in diameter. They're there for you, all right? Big assholes, you can lube yourself up and run your dick along the rim on the inside, like when people play the music on the wine glasses, when they rub the tip of their finger against the rim of the glass. It'll be like that, okay? That's what you need to do. That's what we need to do. It's just that simple. Anyway, this is a little bit of a tangent. I said it's simple because it is, but what it's not is easy. The process of becoming socially developed is a really difficult one, and I have nothing but sympathy for people who feel themselves outside of the circle, okay? I have nothing but sympathy. So, if you find yourself outside of that circle, if you find yourself disillusioned, I strongly recommend that rather than succumbing to the incel forums, rather than finding other people who like to wallow in their misery, go out there and talk to some fucking normies. Because whether you like it or not, normies are the bedrock of human society. I know it sucks. I hate normies too. But they are the ground floor upon which you can build the confidence necessary to succeed and thrive in society as the crazy, weird motherfucker that you are. Now that's enough of that. I need to read donations because I have stuff that I need to do today, okay? What a nice stream. Let me read donations. Andrew Fafst with the $2, but I want to hear about you squishing bugs. I don't like squishing bugs. Is Gone Rain with the $25. Is Gone Rain, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous of you with the $25. God damn, thank you. Comrade Mouse with the $1. What race and class your ideal D&D character? Didn't I already answer that? I think I did. I don't care about race, but I like paladins. Frank with the $5. Thanks for washing me, Breville. Liquid Smoke with the 66 Sekiro. The guy in the video needed a red armband. Yikes. Yeah, fuck that fucking Zionist scum. They're really awful. Dameron68 with the $5. Hey Vosh, what was the username of the Student for Justice in Palestine guy? I want to talk to him. Also, you're a total knockout. The username of that person was Monty the Python. Monty the Python. And they're still in my Stream Collins channel on my Discord. Thank you, comrade. Void Ray, thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription, comrade. That's incredibly generous of you. Hey Vosh, love your content. In the vein of the spider intelligence tangent in chat, I wanted to mention the Portia spider. Its wiki page is an interesting read, and I hope you have a pleasant rest of your evening. Portia spider. Remarkable for their intelligent hunting behavior, which suggests they're capable of learning and problem solving. traits normally attributed to much larger animals. Interesting. I'll read over on this. Maybe it'll change my position. Araxio with the $1. Here's to make up for all the lost donations and viewers that the pseudo-vegan caused, but earnestly this discussion was sincere and valuable, and I do not hate anyone, I'm just an online edgy shitlord. I get that. Thank you, comrade. And Alan Hannigan with the $10. Incels make me so sad, dude. I'm literally covered 40% at least of my body in psoriasis, and I still have a fully functional life, intimacy included. I have no idea how to even respond to them. Psoriasis? Ah, I see, the rash. That's unfortunate. I knew somebody in elementary school, or sorry, middle school, who had pretty bad psoriasis, and they were like really hot, so it didn't really stop them or anything. Whatever the case may be, thank you for your contribution. Seriously, I imagine there are a lot of incels out there with psoriasis who think they're like permanently fucked or whatever. We're all just human beings. All right. Comrades, I have just had a fantastic time with you all. Really quickly, I want to see, because not only did I stream about Destiny, which means that the Destiny community is probably talking about me right now, but I was mentioned in Pig Puncher's stream, so something tells me I'm going to have to deal with the fallout of drama today. Should I just not engage with drama? I'm paranoid, dude. Nope, seems not. It'll probably pop up eventually. What's this? More donations? Ididant... It did not Hinrichs with the $2. Take my free super chat, comrade. Have a neat day. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Aurora with the $5. Since it was very relevant, quickly just Google definition of kibbutz and maybe talk about it someday. Leftists don't seem to know about it. A communal settlement. Oh, yeah. I know about kibbutz. Yeah. I need to do more research on this, but after I figure it out, I'll happily talk about it on stream. Okay. Comrades, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful stream. We peaked fucking 2K. 2K people watching this stream. How phenomenal. I really appreciate it, comrades. I hope all of you have a phenomenal day. All right? Do.